I'll never forget the winter I was 22. It wasn't just the cold, though the memory still gives me a chill that's got nothing to do with temperature. It was the winter everything changed. The winter I learned that some things in this world just don't play by the rules, no matter how much you want them to. Back then, I was a different person. Naive, maybe, overconfident for sure. I'd grown up in the shadow of the Blackwood Forest, a sprawling, ancient wilderness that swallowed everything the tiny mountain town of Oakhaven had to offer. My dad was a ranger, and I'd spent my entire childhood trailing after him, learning every path, every animal track, every whisper of the wind through the pines. I considered myself an expert, practically a native son of those woods. And honestly, I loved it. The silence, the endless expanse of trees, the way the snow muffled the world into a hushed, beautiful solitude. My routine, especially in winter, was pretty consistent. Get up before dawn, make coffee strong enough to strip paint and head out. I worked for the local logging company, mostly surveying timber stands, marking trees for felling, and occasionally helping with trail maintenance. It was solitary work, which suited me fine. I enjoyed the quiet, the rhythm of my own thoughts, the feeling of being completely self-reliant in a vast, untamed landscape. This particular day, though, I made a mistake. A small one, but looking back, it was the kind of mistake that feels like a tripwire. My buddy Mark was supposed to come with me. We were planning to check out a new section of the North Ridge, an area known for its old-growth firs. But his truck wouldn't start that morning, and in my youthful arrogance, I waved off his apologies. "Don't worry about it, man," I said, already halfway out the door. "I know these woods like the back of my hand. I'll just zip in and out, no problem." No problem, famous last words, right? The snow was deeper than usual that year, piled high on the branches, turning the forest into a monochrome wonderland. My snowmobile, a beat-up but reliable Polaris, hummed along the access trail, kicking up plumes of white. It was probably around 10 in the morning when I veered off the main logging road, heading north towards the higher elevations. The air grew noticeably colder as I climbed, the light taking on a steely, almost purple hue. The silence out there was always profound, but today it felt different, thicker, like the air itself was holding its breath. I rode for another half hour, occasionally stopping to check my map and GPS. The GPS was a newfangled thing then, still not quite trusted by the old-timers, but I liked its precision. I was charting a route that avoided some known unstable slopes, taking me through a less traveled section of dense spruce and pine. The trees grew so close together here that the sunlight barely penetrated, creating an almost perpetual twilight even at midday. It was peaceful, yes, but also a little oppressive. I pulled the snowmobile to a stop near a small, frozen stream. Time to start my survey grid. I dismounted, pulling my heavy pack off, the crisp air biting at my exposed skin. I took a deep breath, the scent of pine and damp earth filling my lungs. Everything was exactly as it should be. The soft crunch of my boots in the snow, the distant caw of a crow, the gentle creak of ice in the stream. All familiar, all normal. Then I felt it, not heard it, not saw it, felt it. It was a subtle shift, a barely perceptible change in the ambient temperature around me, even through my thick gloves and layers. A warmth. Not the warmth of my own body, not the lingering heat from the snowmobile engine. This was something else. It was like standing next to an invisible fireplace in the middle of a blizzard. It was impossible, illogical, and utterly out of place. I stopped, my hand still resting on the snowmobile's seat, and slowly looked around. The air shimmered, not visibly, but in a way my senses picked up on. The kind of subtle distortion you might feel near a heat haze on asphalt, but here in the freezing forest it was jarring. My breath, which had been pluming out in frosty white clouds, seemed to dissipate a fraction quicker in that particular pocket of air. A tiny prickle of unease started in the back of my neck. I shook my head, trying to dismiss it. Must be the sun hitting a patch of snow just right, creating some weird reflection or localized thermals. Or maybe I was just cold and my imagination was playing tricks. I was out here alone, after all. Easy to get a little jumpy. But then I took another step, deeper into the dense trees, and the feeling intensified. The air grew warmer, distinctly so, contrasting sharply with the biting cold on the rest of my face. It was almost comfortable, but it shouldn't have been, not out here, not in January. The trees still glittered with frost, the ground was still a solid blanket of white. There was no source of heat. No hot springs, no vents, nothing on my maps or in my years of experience suggested anything remotely like this. I walked a few more paces, my curiosity overriding the initial flicker of apprehension. My boots crunched through the snow, and the warm pocket moved with me, centered around something ahead. The deeper I went, the stronger the warmth became, growing from a subtle anomaly into an undeniable presence. It was a tangible thing, almost humid, in stark contrast to the crisp, dry cold that pressed in from all sides. My breath no longer plumed at all as I stepped further into this invisible dome of unnatural heat. And then I saw it. It was a boulder, not just any boulder, but a truly massive slab of granite, easily the size of a small car, half buried in the earth. It rose out of the snow like a prehistoric beast, its surface slick with melted water, dark and wet against the pristine white landscape. Around its base, the snow had receded, forming a perfect, symmetrical ring of bare, dark earth. No ice, no frost, just wet, thawed soil and the dark, glistening rock. My heart gave a little jolt, not of fear yet, but of pure, unadulterated disbelief. This was impossible. The temperature couldn't have been above freezing for weeks, maybe months. Anything exposed to the elements should have been encased in ice, blanketed in snow. But this rock was shedding steam, a faint, almost imperceptible mist rising from its dark surface, curling upwards into the frigid air. I approached cautiously, my hand instinctively reaching out, drawn by the sheer absurdity of it all. The air around the rock was several degrees warmer than my surroundings, easily above zero, maybe even 10 degrees Celsius. I reached the edge of the thawed earth, my boots sinking slightly into the soft, wet soil. I knelt down, my gloved fingers hovering over the slick granite surface. Then I touched it. It was warm, not just not cold, but genuinely unmistakably warm, like a sun-baked sidewalk in summer, or a hearthstone after a long fire. It was smooth beneath my glove, almost unnervingly so, and the heat pulsed gently into my fingertips. Always the same temperature, my mind whispered. Always. A shiver unrelated to the cold snaked down my spine. The vast, silent forest suddenly felt less like a sanctuary and more like a stage. And I alone was standing center. That warmth, so inviting, so utterly out of place, was the first wrong note in a song that was about to turn very, very dark. I pulled my hand back, the warmth lingering on my glove, a ghost of something impossible. My mind, trained by years in the woods, desperately sought an explanation. Geothermal vent, unlikely in this geology and certainly not something I'd ever heard of or seen on any survey maps. A buried hot spring, even less probable. The water here was frozen solid, not bubbling up from the earth. Lightning strike. It was winter, no storms, and a strike wouldn't leave a rock permanently warm like this. This wasn't residual heat, it was active. I stood, my boots squelching slightly in the thawed earth. The air, thick with the scent of wet soil and pine, felt strangely heavy, almost humid. I walked slowly around the massive stone, my eyes scanning its surface. It was dark granite, mottled with patches of what looked like lichen, but even the lichen seemed unnaturally vibrant, a deep emerald green against the wet black stone. There were no obvious cracks or fissures from which heat might escape, no telltale signs of machinery or human intervention. Just the smooth, ancient rock radiating heat into the January air. As I completed my circuit, my gaze fell upon a section near the base of the boulder, almost hidden by a slight overhang. There, carved into the stone, was a symbol. It wasn't deep, not a crude etching, but more like a smooth, shallow indentation, as if the rock itself had yielded to the shape. It was a spiral, a single, elegant curve that began at a central point and unfurled outwards, widening as it went. It looked ancient, worn smooth by countless seasons, but beneath the faint sheen of moisture, it pulsed with a subtle, almost imperceptible iridescence. As I looked at it, the warmth intensified just slightly, a faint hum entering the air that I felt more than heard, resonating in my chest. My ranger training kicked in, overriding the prickle of fear. Document, assess, report. I pulled out my camera, an old waterproof Canon, and snapped several photos of the boulder, the melted earth, and finally the strange spiral. I zoomed in, trying to capture the subtle gleam, the impossible perfection of its curves. As I took the last shot, the camera's battery light flickered, then died. Odd, it had been fully charged that morning. Just cold, I muttered, shaking it, but the warmth around me was anything but cold. I tried to restart it, but it was completely unresponsive. A minor annoyance, but another oddity to add to the growing list. I knelt again, tracing the spiral with my gloved finger. The rock here was even warmer, almost hot to the touch, a steady, unwavering heat that felt alive. It wasn't the searing heat of a campfire, but the deep, sustained warmth of something vast and powerful. It was then I noticed something else. Within the spiral's deepest curve, a tiny, almost invisible fissure ran along the natural grain of the granite. It was hair-thin, barely discernible, but as I leaned closer, I could see it wasn't empty. Something glistened within it. I pulled off my heavy glove, exposing my bare index finger, and carefully touched the fissure. The warmth was startling against my bare skin, intense but not burning. It was a comforting, almost magnetic heat. My fingertip grazed the iridescent substance. It was smooth, glassy, and slightly tacky, like cooled sap but entirely inorganic. As I pulled my finger away, a faint, almost invisible filament stretched between my skin and the fissure, snapping back into the rock with a tiny, almost inaudible click. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was beyond strange. This was alien. I looked around, my gaze sweeping the silent, snow-laden forest. The trees stood sentinel, their branches heavy with white. The only sound was the drip of water from the boulder's surface and the thumping of my own blood. I was utterly alone. A different kind of chill settled over me then, colder than any winter wind. The kind of cold that prickles your scalp and makes the hairs on your arms stand on end, even in a pocket of unnatural warmth. This wasn't just an anomaly, it felt like a presence. I decided I needed to get help, or at least get a second opinion. I pulled out my satellite phone, another piece of technology I relied on in these remote areas. I held it up, watching the signal bars, full strength. Good. I punched in Mark's number, my finger shaking slightly. It rang once, twice, 3 times, then went straight to voicemail. Hey, it's Mark. Leave a message, I'll call you back. I tried my dad's number. Same thing, straight to voicemail. This was unusual. Even in the deepest parts of the Blackwood, I could usually get a signal, and someone was always available. I tried calling the logging company's main office. Nothing. It felt like the entire world beyond this strange, warm bubble had gone silent. I tried again and again, pressing the end call and redial buttons with increasing urgency. Each attempt was met with the same automated voice or the flat, dead tone of a missed connection. The full signal bars on my phone mocked me. It showed connection, but no one was picking up. It was like I was connected to a network that had suddenly ceased to exist. A new surge of unease, sharper and more immediate, washed over me. This wasn't just a strange rock. Something was actively preventing me from communicating. Or maybe something had happened. A deeper, darker possibility whispered at the edges of my thoughts. I looked at my watch. It was just past 11:30 a.m. I had been here for almost an hour, too long. I needed to move. I needed to leave. The forest, which had always been my sanctuary, now felt like a cage. Turning abruptly, I made my way back towards my snowmobile, which I'd left perhaps 50 yards back. The transition from the humid warmth of the boulder to the biting cold of the winter forest was jarring. My breath plumed instantly, each exhalation a cloud of white. The temperature dropped by what felt like 20 degrees in a matter of steps. As I reached the spot where I'd left my Polaris, a new wave of shock hit me, even harder than the sight of the warm rock. My snowmobile was gone. My eyes darted around, searching frantically. It wasn't just out of sight, tucked behind a tree. The tracks I'd made leading up to this spot ended abruptly, as if my machine had simply lifted off the ground and vanished. The snow was pristine, untouched save for my own footprints. No signs of another vehicle, no tracks of an animal large enough to drag it away, nothing. It was simply gone. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Had I parked it somewhere else? No, I was certain. I had a clear line of sight to this very spot when I dismounted. Had someone taken it? Impossible. No one knew I was here, especially not in this less traveled section. And how would they have gotten here without leaving tracks? Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. My means of escape, my connection to the outside world was gone, and I was deep in the Blackwood, miles from the nearest road in the middle of winter. I started walking in widening circles, retracing my steps, desperate to find some sign, any sign. My breath came in ragged gasps, each one a puff of white in the frigid air. The silence of the forest, once comforting, was now oppressive, mocking. Every snap of a twig, every whisper of wind through the pines made me jump. I found nothing. Not a single track, not a displaced branch. No evidence of my snowmobile's existence beyond the memory of having ridden it here. After about 20 minutes of fruitless searching, I had to accept the impossible. My snowmobile was gone, and I was stranded. My heart thudded like a drum against my ribs. I pulled out my physical map, unfolded it with trembling hands, and tried to orient myself. North Ridge, dense spruce and pine, my original route. I could hike out. It would be a long, brutal trek, but I knew these woods. I could do it. I had my emergency supplies in my pack: rations, a first aid kit, a small stove, a tarp. I was prepared for a night out if necessary, but not for a multi-day journey in deep snow without my primary mode of transport. I looked back towards the boulder, now partially obscured by the trees, the source of all this impossible strangeness. I had to get away from it. Setting my jaw, I turned and started to walk, heading southeast, towards what I knew was the closest logging road. The snow was deep, at least 2 feet in places, making every step an effort. My boots sank, and I had to lift my legs high, an exhausting motion. The silence pressed in, amplified by my own ragged breathing. After an hour of slogging through the snow, the sun began its inevitable descent. The forest grew darker, the light fading into a twilight gray. The temperature dropped even further, the air growing sharper, colder. I knew I wouldn't make it to the logging road before dark. I would have to set up camp. I found a relatively sheltered spot beneath a thick fir tree, its lower branches offering some protection from the wind. I pulled out my small, foldable shovel and began to clear a patch of snow, digging down to the frozen earth. My movements were automatic, driven by years of habit and the primal need for survival. I unfurled my tarp, rigging it between two trees to form a lean-to shelter. Then I set about collecting dry kindling and larger branches for a fire. As I worked, an irrational thought gnawed at me. The boulder, the warmth, the spiral, the vanished snowmobile. It was all connected. But how and why? Was something alive in that rock? Was it some kind of device? A portal? The questions spun in my head, unsettling and terrifying. I got the fire going eventually, a small, stubborn flame that flickered to life, battling against the cold and damp wood. The tiny orange glow was a welcome sight, pushing back the encroaching darkness. I melted some snow for water in my metal cup and heated a can of beans over the flames. The simple acts of survival brought a measure of focus, pushing the more abstract terrors to the back of my mind. But they didn't go away. As I ate, huddled close to the fire, I kept glancing into the impenetrable darkness beyond the flickering light. Every creak of a tree, every rustle of leaves, every distant howl of a coyote made me jump. My senses were on high alert, sharpened by the day's impossible events. I knew the Blackwood was home to bears, wolves, and mountain lions, but the fear that now gnawed at me wasn't the fear of a wild animal. It was the fear of the unknown, of something beyond my understanding. Something that could erase a snowmobile without a trace and warm a rock in the dead of winter. Sleep didn't come easily. I stoked the fire constantly, its warmth a meager defense against the biting cold and the creeping dread. Every hour felt like an eternity. I pictured the boulder in my mind, the dark, wet stone, the steam rising, the iridescent spiral, and the feeling, the sensation of unnatural warmth, as if a beating heart lay deep within the granite. Around what I guessed was 2 a.m., the wind picked up. It wasn't a gentle breeze. It was a strong, sustained gust that howled through the trees, making the fir branches whip and crack. Snow started to fall, thick and fast, a blinding curtain of white. The visibility dropped to almost zero, even around my tiny fire. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter, burrowing deeper into my makeshift shelter. The wind tore at the tarp, threatening to rip it from its moorings. I held it down with my hand, bracing myself against the force of the storm. This was more than just a regular winter storm. It felt like the woods themselves were raging, an extension of the chaos that had begun with that impossibly warm rock. Then through the roar of the wind, I heard it. A sound that pierced through the storm, not a natural sound, not an animal, but something else entirely. It was a low, resonant hum, a deep vibration that seemed to come from the very earth beneath me, rattling my bones. It was the same subtle hum I'd felt near the spiral, amplified 1,000 times. The hum grew louder, pulsing with an uneven rhythm like a giant, struggling engine. The ground beneath me trembled faintly. The trees around my camp began to sway violently, not just from the wind, but with an unnatural, almost rhythmic motion. The falling snow seemed to catch the light from my fire in odd ways, swirling in strange patterns, almost dancing to the hum. Fear, raw and primal, seized me. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, pulling on my boots, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had to get out of here. But where? The storm was a whiteout, and the hum was everywhere. I glanced towards the direction of the boulder, my eyes straining through the blizzard. Was it coming from there, or was it radiating out from it, encompassing the entire forest? Then in the chaotic maelstrom of snow and wind, I saw a light. Not the steady beam of a flashlight or the orange flicker of a distant fire, but a soft, pulsing luminescence deep within the forest in the direction of the boulder. It was a faint, greenish light, throbbing in time with the deep hum growing brighter with each pulse. My breath hitched. It was beautiful, terrifying, and utterly impossible. The light pulsed, growing steadily more intense, casting an eerie emerald glow on the swirling snow. It felt like the forest was breathing, inhaling and exhaling this strange, otherworldly energy. Against my better judgment, driven by a morbid fascination, I started to move towards it. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, to bury myself in the snow and pray it would pass. But something compelled me forward, a desperate need to understand, to see what was happening. Or perhaps it was simply the terror of being alone in the darkness, and the light, however unnatural, was a beacon. I fought against the wind, each step a battle against the deep snow. The hum grew louder, more powerful, vibrating through my entire body. The air grew warmer as I approached the light, a localized heat that pushed back the blizzard, creating a swirling vortex of warm air and snow. As I drew closer, the green light resolved itself into a towering column of shimmering energy, emanating directly from the ground where the boulder stood. It pulsed, a vibrant, ethereal emerald, reaching high into the storm-darkened sky, momentarily illuminating the swirling snowflakes that danced within its aura. It wasn't a solid beam. It was a fluid, almost liquid light, like pure energy made visible. And within that column, suspended in the air, was the boulder. It floated, slowly rotating, several feet above the ground where it had been half buried only hours before. The green light pulsed from its surface, tracing the lines of the rock, illuminating the ancient spiral with an intense, otherworldly brilliance. The fissure I had touched earlier now glowed with an internal, vibrant light, a miniature sun within the rock. My jaw dropped. My mind simply refused to process what my eyes were seeing. A massive, car-sized boulder, levitating, emitting a column of pure energy in the middle of a blizzard, miles from anywhere. This wasn't just impossible. It was a complete shattering of every physical law I understood. I stumbled back, tripping over a hidden root, landing hard in the snow. My mind reeled. This was a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by cold and fear. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my gloved hands against them, trying to force it away. When I opened them again, the sight was still there. The glowing boulder, the column of green light, the deep, resonating hum that filled the world. It was real, and I was standing witness to it. As I watched, mesmerized and horrified, the green light intensified further, becoming almost painfully bright. The hum reached a crescendo, a roaring vibration that vibrated through the snow, the trees, and my very bones. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the sound was felt as much as heard, a deafening internal resonance. Then from the glowing fissure in the boulder, a ripple of energy pulsed outwards, a wave of visible green light that expanded rapidly, washing over the surrounding trees. As the wave passed over them, the trees reacted. Their needles began to shimmer with the same green light, their branches swaying not with the wind, but with an internal, rhythmic energy. They seemed to absorb the light, their forms becoming sharper, more defined against the swirling snow. The ground beneath the boulder, the melted patch of earth, began to bubble, not with water, but with something thicker, a dark, viscous substance that rose slowly, like tar, forming grotesque, shifting shapes. It pulsed with a faint, sickly green light from within, reflecting the pillar of light above. My stomach lurched. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. This was not nature. This was something ancient, powerful, and utterly alien. The hum began to subside, slowly, gradually, as the green light stabilized, no longer pulsing but radiating a constant, intense glow. The boulder remained suspended, motionless, its surface now completely bathed in the emerald light. The viscous substance on the ground solidified, forming strange, unnatural mounds around the base of the glowing column, dark and gleaming like obsidian. As the hum died down to a low thrum, a new sound emerged. A faint, high-pitched whirring, like 1,000 tiny gears turning in unison, a mechanical whisper emanating from the very core of the light column. It was a delicate sound, almost musical, contrasting sharply with the raw power I had just witnessed. Then the light began to contract. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the towering green column started to shrink, drawing back towards the levitating boulder. It seemed to condense, growing more focused, more brilliant, pulling itself inward. As it contracted, the energy that had infused the surrounding trees faded, leaving them stark and silent in the dim light of the receding storm. The boulder itself began to change. The green light that bathed its surface coalesced, forming intricate, luminous patterns that traced the hidden veins within the granite. The spiral, once a mere etching, now glowed with an internal fire, its curves shining with an almost liquid brilliance. And then, from the very center of the spiral, as the column of light fully retracted into the rock, something began to emerge. It was impossibly thin, a filament of shimmering green light, even more intensely bright than the column itself. It grew, extending outwards from the spiral, twisting and turning, solidifying as it did. It wasn't metal, nor stone, nor anything I recognized. It was a substance that seemed to be pure, condensed light, yet it had form. This filament grew into a more complex structure, unfolding with an impossible geometric precision. Thin, crystalline-like segments, all glowing with that same eerie emerald light, articulated and connected, forming what looked like a mechanism. It unfolded slowly, deliberately, silently, each movement precise, each new piece clicking into place with that faint, internal whirring sound. It was intricate, beautiful, and terrifyingly unnatural. It resembled nothing I had ever seen, yet it seemed to have a purpose, a function. As it expanded, extending further from the boulder's surface, it became clear it was not merely an appendage. It was a device, an instrument of some kind, alien in its design and construction. It extended approximately 6 feet from the boulder, forming a complex armature of glowing, interwoven green structures, culminating in a delicate, multifaceted emitter at its tip. It hung suspended in the air, humming softly, its light casting sharp, dancing shadows on the obsidian-like mounds below. The entire scene was like a tableau from another world, frozen in the heart of the Blackwood. I watched, paralyzed, unable to look away. My mind struggled to categorize what I was seeing, trying to force it into a familiar framework, but failing utterly. It defied every law, every expectation. The blizzard had subsided, leaving only a light snowfall that seemed to fall in slow motion around the glowing anomaly. The air was still unnaturally warm near the boulder, but the wider forest was returning to its biting cold. The quiet, once profound, now felt brittle, ready to shatter at any moment. Then the intricate device, this glowing, crystalline armature, began to pivot. Slowly, with that same soft whirring, it turned. Its multifaceted emitter at the tip rotated, scanning the immediate surroundings with its eerie green light. It swept over the solidified black mounds, over the snow, and then with terrifying slowness, it began to turn towards me. My breath hitched in my throat. I couldn't move. My muscles were locked, my blood like ice in my veins. The green light from the emitter washed over the snow directly in front of me, then crept closer, illuminating the fir tree I was hiding behind, revealing my makeshift camp.
It stopped.
The emitter, with its complex array of facets, was now pointed directly at my position. The green light intensified, focusing, becoming a beam that pierced the remaining darkness, hitting the snow a few feet from where I lay hidden. The hum from the boulder seemed to rise in pitch, a subtle shift that made my teeth ache. A deep sense of being observed, of being analyzed, washed over me. It wasn't the feeling of an animal watching, or even a person. It was the cold, calculating gaze of something utterly inhuman. The light beam didn't just illuminate the snow, it seemed to interact with it. Where the green light touched, the snow began to shift, to churn, not melting, but undergoing a strange, almost molecular rearrangement. Small, shimmering particles, like motes of dust, began to rise from the snow, dancing in the green light, then dissipated into the air. As I stared, utterly mesmerized, the light beam shifted slightly, tracing a line in the snow, like an invisible finger drawing on a pristine white canvas. And along that line, the snow receded, not melted, but vanished. It was as if the very substance of the snow was being dematerialized, leaving behind a perfectly clear, dark line on the ground. Then the beam stopped moving. It hovered over a single patch of snow, perhaps a foot square, directly in front of me. The snow churned, particles rose, and then slowly a depression began to form. It was a precise, perfectly circular indentation, deepening steadily, as if something was boring into the snow with an unseen force. This was beyond comprehension. It was a level of technology, or magic, or whatever it was, that simply didn't exist in my world. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee, but my body remained frozen, trapped by a combination of terror and sheer disbelief. The circular depression deepened, reaching the frozen earth beneath the snow. Then the beam of light shifted again, moving to the side of the first hole and began to bore another, and another. It worked with incredible speed and precision, drilling perfect, equidistant holes in the snow and earth, forming a neat grid. I watched, my heart pounding in my ears, as this alien device methodically sampled the ground in front of me. What was it doing? What was it looking for? Or was it constructing something? After a few minutes, the grid of holes was complete. The emitter retracted slightly, its light dimming, then it pivoted, scanning the trees directly ahead of me. The beam passed over the thick fir branches, over the dark trunks, over the frozen moss clinging to the bark. Again, that subtle shimmer, that almost imperceptible interaction, as if it were mapping, analyzing, recording everything. Then the delicate, intricate armature slowly began to retract back into the boulder. Segment by segment, with that soft whirring, it folded in upon itself, collapsing into a smaller, tighter configuration until it was almost flush with the boulder's surface. The green light on its structures dimmed, then faded entirely, leaving only the soft glow of the spiral and the faint internal light of the fissure. The boulder itself, which had been levitating slowly, gently, began its descent. It sank back down, almost imperceptibly, until it settled back into the ground, nestling into the dark, obsidian-like mounds that had formed around its base. It was as if it had simply taken a breath, extended a limb, performed a function, and then retreated, becoming once again the impossibly warm, dark stone I had first discovered. The internal hum faded entirely, leaving behind only the distant whisper of the wind through the pines, and the sound of my own frantic breathing. The green light emanating from the spiral dimmed significantly, becoming a faint, almost ghost-like luminescence, barely visible beneath the thin sheen of moisture on the rock. The storm had passed, the snow had stopped falling, and the clouds had begun to break, revealing patches of a dark, starless sky. The air, though still cold, was calm still. The forest returned to its familiar, hushed silence. But it wasn't the same. Nothing was the same. The glowing rock, the levitating, the impossible device, the holes in the snow, these things had shattered the world I knew. I had witnessed something that should not exist. I lay there for a long time, shivering not just from the cold, but from the deep, abiding terror that had settled into my bones. My eyes were fixed on the now motionless boulder, trying to reconcile its innocuous appearance with the spectacle I had just witnessed. It looked like any other large rock, save for the faint glow of the spiral and the bare, thawed earth around its base. But I knew better. I knew what it was capable of. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself up. My body ached from the cold and the shock. My mind felt numb, overloaded. I stumbled back towards my camp, my eyes never leaving the boulder. When I reached my shelter, I collapsed into my sleeping bag, pulling it tight around me. The fire was almost out, reduced to a few glowing embers. I didn't bother to rekindle it. The thought of light, of drawing any attention to myself, was terrifying. I wanted only darkness, invisibility. I tried to rationalize it again. Dream, hallucination, exposure. No, the evidence was there, etched into the snow, the grid of perfect holes, my own terror. It was undeniably real. What was it? An ancient machine, a living entity. Whatever it was intelligent. It had scanned, sampled, observed, and it had been looking at me. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Sleep was impossible. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my sleeping bag, listening, waiting. Every sound was magnified, every shadow a potential threat. The faint, almost imperceptible glow from the boulder was a constant, unsettling reminder of what lay beyond the trees. The first hint of dawn, a faint gray wash in the eastern sky, was the most welcome sight I had ever seen. As the light grew, the forest slowly re-emerged from the darkness, stark and beautiful, but now imbued with a sinister undertone. The world looked normal, but I knew it was. My first thought was to get out, to leave this place, hike as fast as I could, tell someone, anyone, what I had seen. But then a new thought, cold and unsettling, seeped into my mind. Who would believe me? A vanished snowmobile, a levitating, glowing rock, an alien device. They'd think I'd gone mad or suffered from hypothermia and hallucinated. And if I told them, would they come looking? Would they investigate? What if whatever that thing was reacted to their presence? What if I brought it down on Oak Havens? The responsibility weighed heavily on me. I was the only witness, and I had a choice to make. Tell and risk everything, or keep silent and live with the terrifying secret. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that this was just the beginning. The boulder had simply revealed a fraction of its true nature. Whatever it was awake, and I had been foolish enough to disturb it. I packed up my minimal camp, my movements stiff and automatic. My gaze was drawn inexorably back to the boulder. In the growing daylight, it looked almost benign, a large, dark stone nestled in the thawed earth, with only the faintest shimmer from the spiral betraying its true nature. The grid of holes in the snow and earth was still there, a stark, undeniable testament to the night's impossible events. I needed to get back to my job site, to the world I understood, however fractured it now felt. I needed to pretend, for a little while longer, that everything was normal. But the deeper I walked, the further I got from the boulder. the more the silence of the forest pressed in. It felt like I was carrying a heavy, invisible weight, a secret that would define the rest of my life. I walked for hours, pushing through the deep snow, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate need to put distance between myself and that place. The sun climbed higher, casting long shadows, but the cold remained biting. My muscles screamed, my lungs burned, but I kept moving. Finally, in the early afternoon, I stumbled upon a set of fresh snowmobile tracks. Not mine, but clearly Mark's. Relief, so intense it made my knees weak, washed over me. He must have gotten his truck started and come looking for me. I followed the tracks, my pace quickening, spurred on by the hope of rescue, of human contact. The tracks led to a small clearing, where Mark's bright orange Polaris sat idling, its engine a comforting rumble in the quiet woods. And there beside it was Mark, pacing impatiently, his face etched with worry. "There you are, what the hell happened? I thought you were a goner," he yelled, relief flooding his voice as he saw me. He strode towards me, his expression shifting from anger to concern as he took in my disheveled, exhausted state. "Your snowmobile's gone. I've been looking for hours." I stared at him, my mouth suddenly dry. My snowmobile was gone, he knew it. He must have seen my tracks leading to nowhere, the sudden, impossible disappearance. "Yeah," I managed to rasp, my voice hoarse. It just vanished, I don't know how." He looked at me sharply, a frown creasing his brow. "Vanished? What do you mean, vanished? Like stolen?" I hesitated. How much could I tell him? How much should I tell him? The image of the glowing boulder, the levitating rock, the intricate green mechanism, it all flashed through my mind. No, he wouldn't believe me. He couldn't. "No," I said, shaking my head, forcing a tired laugh. "No, nothing like that. I must have messed up the parking brake or something. It must have slid down into a ravine, I guess. Couldn't find it in the dark with the storm." It was a flimsy lie, even to my own ears, but it was all I had. A ravine couldn't swallow a snowmobile without a trace, but it was better than the truth. Mark stared at me, his eyes narrowed, clearly unconvinced. A ravine, in that flat section, and with no tracks, he gestured vaguely back the way I had come. "I followed your tracks all the way. They just stopped, right there, like you drove into thin air." My stomach clenched. He had seen it, the impossible end to my tracks. "Must have been the heavy snow," I mumbled, avoiding his gaze. Wind blew over them, filled them in. It was a hell of a storm. He continued to scrutinize me, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion. "You look like you've seen a ghost, man. What really happened out there?" I met his gaze, forcing my eyes to convey exhaustion, cold, anything but terror. "Just a rough night, Mark. Got turned around in the blizzard. Had to camp out. Coldest night of my life." He sighed, shaking his head. "Well, you're lucky I found you. Dad's been worried sick. Everyone's been trying to get a hold of you, but your sat phone was dead. Company was about to send out a search party." My sat phone, dead, another impossibility. It had showed full signal, but no one could reach me. "Yeah," I said, rubbing my temples. "Must have been the cold. Batteries died. More lies, so many lies already." Mark led me to his snowmobile. I climbed on behind him, grateful for the warmth of the engine, the familiar thrum of a working machine. As he started to turn around, I risked one last glance back, towards the dense part of the forest where the boulder lay hidden. The trees stood silent, indifferent. Nothing was visible but the endless expanse of snow and the dark, ancient pines, but I knew it was there, and I knew it was waiting. As Mark sped off, kicking up plumes of white snow, I didn't look back again. I just clung to him, focused on the steady rumble of the snowmobile, trying to push the images of the past night deep into the darkest corners of my mind. But I knew they wouldn't stay there. They were etched into my memory, a permanent, terrifying record. The winter I was 22 had truly begun, and the impossible had just laid its claim. The ride back to Oakhaven was a blur of conflicting sensations. The steady drone of Mark's snowmobile was a comforting counterpoint to the chaotic static in my mind. His broad back, solid and familiar, was a stark contrast to the ethereal, glowing column of light I had so recently witnessed. The biting cold wind, though harsh, felt cleansing compared to the unnatural warmth that still seemed to cling to my skin like a phantom touch. I clung to Mark, my knuckles white, not just from the cold, but from the sheer effort of holding myself together. Every bump, every turn, jolted me, pulling me back to the images seared into my memory. Mark tried to make small talk over the engine noise, asking about the storm, the specific details of my ravine story. I mumbled non-committal answers, my voice flat, my gaze fixed on the endless expanse of trees rushing by. He didn't push, perhaps sensing my exhaustion, or perhaps catching a glimpse of the fear that I desperately tried to hide behind a mask of weariness. I could feel his eyes on me occasionally in the rearview mirror, a flicker of concern, then frustration. He knew I wasn't telling him the whole truth, but he couldn't possibly imagine the truth, and for that, I was both relieved and terribly, terribly alone. As we finally broke free from the dense forest and onto a wider, plowed logging road, the first signs of human civilization appeared: snowmobile tracks, then the distant glint of a power line. The sight should have brought immense relief, but instead it filled me with a strange dread. The world I was re-entering felt flimsy, vulnerable. I had seen something that could tear it all apart, and I was bringing that knowledge, that burden, back with me. When we pulled into the logging company's yard, a small crowd had gathered. My dad, his face etched with worry, was talking animatedly with a couple of other rangers. As he saw us, his eyes widened and he broke into a run, stumbling through the snow towards me. He wrapped me in a bear hug, his rough hands patting my back, relief palpable in his strained voice. "Son, thank God, we were about to send out the choppers. What in the blazes happened?" I clung to him, inhaling the familiar scent of pine, wood smoke, and stale coffee that always clung to his clothes. It was a grounding moment, a reminder of the solid, understandable world I belonged to. But even as I hugged him, the lie was already forming on my tongue. Just got caught in the blizzard, Dad. Lost my bearings and my snowmobile. I think it slid down a steep embankment. Tried to find it, but the snow was too deep, the visibility too bad. Had to set up camp. He pulled back, studying my face, his ranger's eyes sharp and experienced. He'd seen plenty of men come in from a rough night in the woods. My story, while plausible enough for a bad storm, didn't quite line up with the terror he must have seen lurking behind my exhaustion, but he didn't press. "Well, you're safe now, that's what matters. You had us worried sick." He clapped Mark on the shoulder. "Thanks, Mark. You saved my boy a night in the icebox." Mark nodded, but his gaze, when it met mine, was still clouded with suspicion. He simply gave a tight nod and walked off to refuel his snowmobile, leaving me to my father. I knew he wouldn't forget it. He might not believe my ravine story, but he would also never guess the real one. The rest of the evening passed in a haze. Hot food, a scalding shower, the warmth of my own bed. Yet sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, the emerald light pulsed behind my eyelids, the deep hum resonated in my chest, and the intricate, glowing mechanism unfolded in the darkness of my mind. I saw the holes drilled into the snow, the viscous black mounds, the massive boulder floating silently. I saw its emitter turn towards me, felt its cold, alien scrutiny. I tossed and turned, the blankets tangled around me like a net. The secret was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest, stealing my breath. I had always valued honesty, especially with my dad. Now I was carrying this immense lie, not just for myself, but for the safety of everyone in Oakhaven. How could I tell them? How could I explain? They would dismiss it as hypothermia-induced delirium, a vivid hallucination. And if they did believe me, what then? Would they send a team? Would they try to investigate, to poke and prod at the thing I had seen? What if it reacted? What if it followed them back to town? The fear of the unknown, of the power that rock held, was paralyzing. The next few days were a struggle. I tried to fall back into my routine, to lose myself in the familiar rhythms of work. But the forest, once a source of comfort and solitude, now felt menacing. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret. Every creak of a branch sounded like a warning. I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, my heart quickening at the slightest rustle. I avoided the North Ridge entirely, making excuses to my supervisor about needing to check other sections. The thought of going back, of even getting close to that area, sent shivers down my spine. My appetite vanished and I lost weight. My dad noticed, of course. He attributed it to the lingering effects of my ordeal in the blizzard, but his concern remained. "You still look a bit green around the gills, son," he'd say, watching me push food around my plate. "Maybe take a few more days off, just rest up." I'd shake my head, insisting I was fine, needing the distraction of work, however hollow it felt. Mark was more direct. He confronted me at the logging yard one morning, leaning against his snowmobile, arms crossed. "Look, man, I know you're not all right, and I know you lied about what happened to your Polaris. Your tracks didn't go into any ravine, they just stopped, like you hit a wall made of thin air." He paused, his expression serious. "Did you see something out there, something weird?" My blood ran cold. He was close, too close. I forced myself to meet his gaze, trying to project a tired, slightly exasperated honesty. "Mark, I was disoriented. It was a whiteout. I must have misjudged the terrain, lost the snowmobile, and then spent the night freezing my ass off. That's it. My mind was playing tricks on me because of the cold. You ever spent a night out in a blizzard without a fire? You start seeing things." He stared at me for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. "No, I haven't, but I also know you better than that. You've been out in blizzards before. You're a ranger's son. You don't just lose a snowmobile." He pushed himself off his machine, his voice softening slightly. "Look, if something happened, you can tell me. I won't think you're crazy." I wanted to, oh, how I wanted to unburden myself, to share the terrifying truth with someone. But the image of that glowing rock, the alien intelligence it projected, flashed in my mind. What if Mark, with his well-meaning but utterly unprepared curiosity, went looking? What if he brought more trouble to the town? No, the secret had to remain mine. "Nothing happened, Mark, just a bad night, forget about it." I turned away, dismissing him, knowing it would sting.
But it was necessary.
He didn't speak to me much after that, a subtle chill settling between us. It was a small price to pay, I told myself, for the safety of Oakhaven, but the isolation only deepened the weight of my secret. Weeks turned into a month. The initial shock began to dull, replaced by a constant, low-grade anxiety. I learned to live with the fear, to compartmentalize the images, pushing them to the back of my mind during the day, only for them to resurface in vivid nightmares. I stopped venturing far from the main logging roads, always staying within sight of a familiar landmark, always within an hour's hike of my truck. My ranger's instinct, once so confident, was now tinged with a deep-seated caution, a pervasive sense that the rules of the woods had changed.
Then the whispers started.
It began subtly with the loggers. Old Man Hemlock, a grizzled veteran with more years in the Blackwood than I'd been alive, was the first. He came into the company office one afternoon, shaking his head, his usual jovial mood replaced by a furrowed brow. "Something ain't right out there, son," he mumbled, pulling off his worn leather gloves. "Trees are acting strange." I stiffened, my heart leaping into my throat. "Strange? How so, Mr. Hemlock?" "Saw a stand of pines up near Hemlock Creek, near that old fire break," he explained, rubbing his chin. "Greenest damn needles I ever saw, and it's still deep winter. They looked vibrant, too vibrant, like they was juiced up on something." He frowned, and the ground around him felt warm, like an early spring thaw, only it ain't spring for another month. My blood ran cold. Hemlock Creek was nowhere near the North Ridge, but the description was eerily similar to the lichen on the boulder, the thawed earth around it. "Could be a microclimate," I suggested weakly, trying to sound dismissive. "Maybe a thermal vent, something like that." He scoffed. "Thermal vent in granite? Don't be daft, boy. I've been in these woods 60 years. Ain't no thermal vents, just a feeling, a bad one, like the woods are holding their breath." He looked at me, his weathered eyes sharp. "You felt it too, didn't you? Out near North Ridge, before your snowmobile vanished." I just shook my head, avoiding his gaze, my hands clammy. "Just cold, Mr. Hemlock. Got a bit confused." He didn't press, but his expression remained troubled. A few days later, another logger reported something similar. A patch of unusual warmth in a clearing, strange, perfectly circular depressions in the frozen earth. This time it was closer to town, only a few miles from the main road. The description hit me like a punch to the gut. The holes. The exact same holes the alien device had drilled. My carefully constructed facade of normalcy began to crack. The whispers grew louder, morphing into hushed conversations around town. People spoke of animals acting strangely. Deer, usually skittish, found grazing calmly in open clearings, unafraid of human presence. Wolves howling at odd times, their cries sounding less like hunts and more like laments. Strange lights reported deep in the forest at night, faint green glows flickering through the trees, dismissed by most as swamp gas or overactive imaginations. But I knew. I knew what they were seeing. The local newspaper, the Oak Haven Gazette, usually filled with local gossip and deer hunting triumphs, started running small, curious articles. Unusual geomagnetic activity reported in Blackwood Forest. Early spring thaw anomalies puzzling local experts. The experts were, of course, baffled. No one could explain it, but the articles stoked the underlying unease in the town. I couldn't ignore it any longer. The phenomenon wasn't confined to a single boulder in a remote corner of the North Ridge. It was spreading, or perhaps it was simply activating other dormant points, like tentacles reaching out from a central, unseen entity. I had to know. I had to go back. The decision was agonizing. Every fiber of my being screamed for me to stay away, to bury the secret deeper. But the idea of these unexplained anomalies spreading, potentially threatening Oak Haven, was even more terrifying. I was the only one who knew what was truly happening. I felt a desperate, horrifying sense of responsibility. I prepared meticulously. This time there would be no mistakes. I took a full day off, telling my dad I was going to check out a new logging prospect far to the west, away from the affected areas. I packed a heavier kit, extra rations, multiple layers of clothing, a more robust first aid kit, a high-powered flashlight, and crucially a brand new satellite phone, fully charged, along with a portable solar charger. I even took an old, reliable compass, just in case my GPS failed again, and a hunting rifle. Not because I thought it would stop whatever was out there, but because the weight of it in my hands was a small comfort, a reminder of the familiar world of man and beast. The morning I set out, the sky was a crisp, cloudless blue, promising a day of deceptive beauty. The air was cold but still. I rode my backup snowmobile, a slower, older model but reliable. As I approached the turnoff for the North Ridge Trail, a knot formed in my stomach. The forest looked deceptively normal, pristine, and silent under its blanket of snow. But I knew better. I felt like I was riding into an alien landscape. I went slow, carefully following my previous tracks, which were now partially obscured by fresh snowfall. I navigated with a mix of GPS and instinct, my eyes scanning the tree line, my ears straining for any unnatural sound. The further I went, the more the sense of oppressive silence returned, that feeling of the air holding its breath. Finally, I reached the general area where I'd left my first snowmobile, and there, etched faintly into the snow, were my old footprints, leading towards the clearing where I had found the boulder. My heart began to pound. I dismounted, rifle held loosely in my gloved hands, safety off. The air was still unnaturally warm here, even through the thick layers of my clothes. My breath barely plumed. I could smell the faint scent of wet earth, even in the middle of winter. Then I saw it, the boulder. It was exactly as I had left it. Massive, dark granite, the snow melted in a perfect, symmetrical ring around its base. The earth was dark and wet, and a faint, almost imperceptible mist curled upwards from its surface. The lichen on the rock glowed with an unnaturally vibrant emerald green, and the spiral, it shimmered with that faint, internal luminescence like a trapped firefly. But there was something new, something I hadn't noticed before. The black, obsidian-like mounds that had solidified around the boulder's base were larger, more pronounced, and clinging to their dark, slick surfaces were faint, glowing strands, not a part of the rock, not lichen, but something else entirely. They were thin like spider webs, but they pulsed with a faint, sickly green light, the same color as the column of energy. They stretched outwards from the obsidian mounds, creeping across the thawed earth, like roots or veins, disappearing beneath the edge of the snow. My gaze followed these strange tendrils. They seemed to be reaching, spreading, and directly in front of the boulder, just outside the ring of thawed earth, was the grid of holes I had seen the device drill. They were still there, perfectly circular, reaching down into the frozen earth. I walked closer, my boots sinking slightly into the soft, wet soil. I knelt beside the holes, studying them. They were immaculate, precise, as if carved by a laser. What had it been doing? Sampling, extracting. As I knelt, I noticed a subtle movement in the ground itself. Not a tremor, but a ripple. A faint, almost imperceptible pulsation beneath the thawed earth. It was like the ground was breathing. And then, as if in response to my presence, the glowing tendrils on the obsidian mounds pulsed a fraction brighter. The spiral on the boulder intensified its glow, a soft, inviting light. A wave of intense vertigo washed over me. It felt like the air itself was thickening, growing heavy. The trees around me seemed to recede, the world narrowing, focusing entirely on the boulder and its strange emanations. A faint hum, barely audible, began to resonate in the air, vibrating through the ground into my knees, up through my chest. It was the precursor to the massive sound I had heard that night. My instincts screamed at me to get away, to run as fast as my legs could carry me. But another, darker curiosity held me captive. I wanted to understand. I needed to know. I pulled out my camera, the new, rugged model I'd bought after my old one died. I snapped several pictures of the tendrils, the glowing lichen, the holes, and the faintly glowing spiral. The camera worked perfectly, capturing the eerie green light. I then pulled out my satellite phone, full signal. I tried calling my dad. It rang once, then connected. His voice came through, clear as a bell. "Hey son, everything all right? You're out west, right?" Yeah, Dad, I said, my voice tight, adrenaline coursing through me. Everything's fine, just checking in. Signal's a bit patchy out here. I didn't want him to worry or to think I was where I truly was. I'll call you later. All right, be careful, son, he said, and then the line went dead. The phone showed a strong signal, but the call had abruptly ended, just like last time. Something was interfering. Something around the boulder was controlling the flow of information, cutting me off at its discretion. It wasn't just a localized phenomenon, it was intelligent. The hum intensified, rising in pitch, and the green tendrils on the obsidian mounds began to glow more brightly, their light pulsing in time with the growing vibration. The air around the boulder grew significantly warmer, almost hot. I felt a strange pressure building in my head, a dull ache behind my eyes. And then from beneath the obsidian mounds, from the ground itself, new tendrils began to emerge. They were thick, dark, and viscous, pushing up through the thawed earth, slowly uncoiling like roots disturbed from their slumber. They pulsed with that same sickly green light, writhing slightly as they broke free from the soil. They were growing. They were spreading. My breath hitched. This was worse than I had imagined. It wasn't just a single rock. It was something alive, growing, reaching out. The whole forest floor around the boulder was coming alive, manifesting these strange, glowing conduits. The new tendrils stretched outwards, slowly, deliberately towards the snow. As they touched the pristine white surface, the snow began to recede, melting instantly, exposing the dark, wet earth beneath. The tendrils then burrowed into the freshly exposed soil, disappearing from sight, only to reappear a few feet further out, continuing their slow, inexorable advance. They were expanding the circle of thawed earth, consuming the snow. Panic clawed at my throat. This wasn't just an anomaly. This was an invasion, a slow, silent takeover. I scrambled back, stumbling over a root, my rifle clattering against a tree. I needed to leave. I needed to warn people. This couldn't be kept a secret any longer. But as I turned to run, a new sensation hit me. A dull, throbbing ache in my left arm. I looked down. My sleeve, where my skin had been briefly exposed when I stumbled, was beginning to glow. A faint, greenish luminescence, like the tendrils, was seeping through the fabric of my jacket, emanating from my skin. It pulsed, softly, in time with the hum from the boulder. My blood ran cold. The filament I had touched that first day, the slight tackiness, the almost invisible string that snapped back into the fissure. Had something gotten into me? Was I infected? I ripped open my jacket, tearing at the sleeve of my thermal shirt. On my forearm, just above the wrist, a small patch of skin was indeed glowing with that eerie emerald light. The veins beneath my skin seemed to stand out, subtly pulsing with the same luminescence. It wasn't painful, but it felt alien, unnatural. My mind raced. Was this why the boulder had cut off my communication? Was it isolating me, trapping me, because I was now connected to it? Or was it simply marking me? The hum from the boulder reached a new intensity, vibrating through the ground, making my teeth ache. The air around me grew even hotter, becoming stifling. The glowing tendrils, now reaching dozens of feet into the forest, writhed with increased vigor, pushing back the snow, consuming the earth. The entire clearing was rapidly transforming into a landscape of dark, pulsing veins and thawed, steaming soil. I stumbled back further, my eyes fixed on my glowing arm, then on the relentlessly expanding network of tendrils. This wasn't just an observation anymore. I was involved. I was connected. A sudden, sharp flash of memory assaulted me. The camera dying, my sat phone acting erratically, the initial warmth around the boulder, that subtle distortion. It wasn't just a passive anomaly. It was active. It was doing something. It was trying to hide its presence, to control its environment, and to suppress any information that might reveal it. And now it had me. I looked down at the glowing patch on my arm, then back at the boulder, its spiral pulsing with a captivating, dangerous light. A horrifying thought formed in my mind. What if my missing snowmobile hadn't just vanished? What if it had been assimilated, broken down, recycled, its materials used for something else? The new viscous tendrils, the obsidian mounds, they looked organic, yet inorganic, like a strange, living machine. I had to get out, now. The forest was no longer a sanctuary, but a trap, and I was the bait. I turned and ran, my legs pumping, my lungs burning in the hot, humid air around the boulder. My rifle was clutched in my hand, useless. I burst through the ring of melted snow and into the deep, cold white of the undisturbed forest. The sudden drop in temperature was shocking, a physical slap. My breath plumed instantly, a stark contrast to the humid air I had just left. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I just ran, my boots sinking deep into the snow, my muscles screaming in protest. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and desperate calculation. I had to get to my snowmobile. I had to get back to Oakhaven. And then I had to figure out what to do. The secret was out. I couldn't keep it any longer. Not when it was spreading, literally consuming the forest and possibly me. The journey back to my snowmobile was agonizing. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves was a whisper of pursuit. The glowing patch on my arm throbbed, a constant, unsettling reminder of my unwanted connection to the alien entity. I felt tainted, marked. Finally, I burst into the small clearing where I had left my backup snowmobile. Relief, sharp and exhilarating, surged through me. It was still there, a solid, reassuring presence in the quiet woods. I scrambled onto the seat, fumbling with the ignition. It caught on the first try, roaring to life, its familiar rumble a balm to my frayed nerves. I sped off, not bothering with trails, crashing through the deeper snow, through thickets of pine and spruce, desperate to put as much distance as possible between myself and the glowing boulder. My mind was racing, trying to formulate a plan. Who would I tell first? My dad, the rangers, the town council. They needed to know. They had to. But as I rode, another insidious thought began to creep into my mind. The glowing patch on my arm, the faint hum I could still feel, even at a distance. What if I was carrying something back with me? What if I was a vector, an unwitting carrier of this alien presence? The thought was terrifying. If I went back, if I told them, would I be bringing the danger directly to their doorstep? My mind screamed. The responsibility was crushing. I was caught between two impossible choices: keep silent and let the unknown spread unchecked, or speak out and potentially endanger everyone I cared about. I rode for what felt like hours, the sun starting its slow descent towards the western horizon. The forest blurred around me, a dizzying panorama of white and dark green. I had to make a decision. As I neared the boundary of the main logging roads, the glowing patch on my arm began to fade. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the emerald light diminished, the pulsing stopped, and the veins beneath my skin returned to their normal appearance. Within minutes, the glow was gone, leaving only pale, normal skin. I stared at my arm, bewildered. Had it just been a temporary effect, a warning, or was it something else? The sudden disappearance of the glow brought a strange, ambiguous sense of relief. Perhaps I wasn't infected. Perhaps it was just a localized phenomenon, a reaction to my proximity to the boulder. But the hum, the faint internal vibration, still lingered, a ghostly echo in my bones. I finally reached the logging company's main access road. the familiar sight of a plowed path offering a tiny sliver of normalcy. I slowed my snowmobile, my mind still reeling, trying to process the latest developments. The fading glow, the continued hum, the expanding tendrils. I decided then I couldn't keep this to myself. Even if they thought I was crazy, even if they didn't believe me, I had to try. I had to tell someone. The risk of silence was far greater than the risk of being ridiculed. I rode straight to my dad's house, not bothering to stop at the company office. The house was small, cozy, filled with the scent of his pipe tobacco and simmering stew. He looked up from the newspaper as I burst through the door, my face pale, my eyes wide. "Son, what on earth? You look like you've seen a ghost again," he said, rising from his armchair, his brow furrowed with concern. I collapsed onto the worn sofa, burying my face in my hands, trying to gather my thoughts to find the words. How do you tell someone that a rock in the woods is alive, that it's growing, that it's alien, that it stole your snowmobile, and that you might be infected with its strange energy? I took a deep breath, forcing myself to look him in the eye. "Dad," I began, my voice hoarse, "I need to tell you something, something impossible, something that's going to sound completely insane." He sat down opposite me, his expression grave, listening patiently as I stumbled through the story. I told him everything. The impossible warmth, the spiral, the camera failing, the vanished snowmobile. Then the night in the blizzard, the levitating boulder, the green column of light, the unfolding mechanism, the holes it drilled, the overwhelming hum. And finally, my return today, the growing tendrils, the spreading thaw, the glowing patch on my arm, and the persistent internal hum. He listened without interrupting, his face unreadable. His gaze remained steady, absorbing every frantic word, every wild detail. When I finally finished, breathless, exhausted, he didn't say anything for a long moment. He just sat there, staring at me, a deep frown etched on his face. "Son," he finally said, his voice quiet, calm, "you've been through a lot. That blizzard was a bad one. Hypothermia can do strange things to a man's mind. Hallucinations are common." My heart sank. He didn't believe me, just as I had feared. "No, Dad, it wasn't hypothermia. I wasn't even cold near the rock. And the holes are still there. The melted earth, the tendrils, the glowing lichen. It's all real." I pulled up my sleeve, showing him my arm. "It was glowing, Dad, just minutes ago." He took my arm, his fingers gently probing my skin, looking for any trace of the strange luminescence. But there was nothing, just my pale, normal skin. "I see nothing, son, just a little chapped from the cold." He sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "You're clearly shaken. You need some rest. We'll talk about this more tomorrow, after you've had some sleep." "No, Dad, listen to me," I insisted, my voice rising. "This isn't just me. Other loggers, they're seeing strange things too. Warm spots, green trees, weird lights. It's spreading. We have to do something." He stood up, walking to the fireplace, poking at the embers with a long iron rod. "I know people are rattled, son. This has been a hard winter. Everyone's a bit on edge, but what you're describing, it's just not possible." He turned back, his eyes full of paternal concern. "I know you believe what you saw, and I believe you believe it, but sometimes the mind plays tricks when pushed to its limit." I stared at him, my own father, dismissing my desperate plea. The betrayal, though born of love and concern, cut deep. The isolation of my secret, which I had just tried to shed, crashed back down on me, heavier than before. He wouldn't believe me. No one would. "You have to believe me, Dad," I pleaded, tears stinging my eyes. "This is important. This is dangerous." He walked over and placed a hand on my shoulder. "I know you think it is, son, but let's just calm down. get some hot food in you, then get some real sleep. We can go out tomorrow, check on some of those strange spots the loggers are talking about, see if there's any natural explanation. How about that? His attempt to soothe me, to treat me like a child suffering from a fevered dream, only deepened my despair. He was trying to humor me, to gently guide me back to reality, but his reality was no longer mine. I nodded numbly, the fight draining out of me. What was the point? If my own father, a man who knew these woods better than anyone, a man who trusted me implicitly, wouldn't believe me, who would? I ate the stew he offered, mechanically, tasteless in my mouth. My mind was still reeling, trying to reconcile the impossible truth with the comfortable disbelief of my father. I was alone in this, truly alone. The next morning, true to his word, my dad took me out, not to the North Ridge, but to the area where Old Man Hemlock had reported the vibrant pines and the warm ground. I drove the snowmobile, guiding us to the spot. And there it was, a small clearing where a stand of pines indeed had needles that were an impossibly vibrant emerald green, even in the middle of winter. The snow around their bases had receded, leaving a small, irregular patch of thawed, dark earth. I knelt, touching the soil. It was warm, unmistakably warm. My dad knelt beside me, his hand touching the ground. His expression shifted, a flicker of puzzlement then concern. "Well, I'll be," he murmured, his voice low. "That's unusual, very unusual. And those pines, I've never seen anything like it, not this time of year." He pulled out his own camera, an old film model, and snapped a few pictures. He then pulled out a small, handheld thermometer, sticking it into the soil. It read several degrees above freezing. "I don't have an explanation for this, son," he admitted, shaking his head. "It's certainly not natural." He looked at me, a new thoughtfulness in his eyes. "But it's not quite what you described either. No glowing rock, no strange hum." "This is just a small manifestation, Dad," I insisted, a flicker of hope rising within me. "It's spreading. The tendrils, they were reaching out from the boulder, consuming the snow. They were like roots underground." He frowned, looking at the thawed patch, then scanning the surrounding forest. Roots, consuming snow. He shook his head again, but this time his dismissal felt less certain. "I've seen some strange things in these woods, son, but never anything like this." He didn't fully believe my story, not yet, but the physical evidence of the thawed earth and vibrant trees clearly disturbed him. It was a crack in his staunch disbelief, a tiny opening I might be able to widen. We spent the rest of the day checking other reported anomalies. The circular holes, now partially filled with snow, in another clearing several miles away. A patch of unusually green, healthy moss growing on a barren rock face. Each new discovery chipped away at my dad's rational explanations, replacing them with a growing sense of unease. He was no longer dismissing me outright, but he was still searching for conventional answers. Magnetic anomalies, geothermal shifts, anything but what I was telling him. By the time we returned home, the sun had set. My dad was quieter than usual, deep in thought. He didn't offer any reassurances, didn't try to explain away what we had seen. The world he knew, the predictable, explainable Blackwood, was beginning to shift beneath his feet. "I need to report this," he finally said, his voice firm after a long silence. "To the regional office, to the university geology department. This isn't just unusual, it's unprecedented." A surge of relief washed over me. He was taking it seriously, at least the visible evidence. "Thank you, Dad," I said, my voice thick with emotion. He looked at me, his gaze softening. "I still don't know what to make of all of your story, son. the flying rock, the mechanisms, the glowing arm. I'm going to report the physical evidence we saw today. The inexplicable warming, the unusual flora. It's a start. We'll see what the regional office and the university's geology department make of it. He sounded grim, his voice betraying a deep-seated unease that he was still trying to rationalize away. A fragile hope flickered within me. It wasn't everything, but it was something. It was official. The phenomena wouldn't be dismissed as solely my delusion. He was taking the first step. "Thank you, Dad," I said, my voice thick with a mix of relief and lingering dread. The weight of the secret hadn't lifted entirely, but at least now a small portion of it was shared. The next few days were agonizing. My dad was a man of action, and true to his word, he made the calls. The regional ranger office was puzzled but agreed to send someone. The university geology department was intrigued by the thermal anomalies, but equally skeptical about anything truly unprecedented in the Blackwood. They promised to send a small team for initial assessment. My dad tried to keep me busy, assigning me to routine patrols far from the North Ridge. But my mind was elsewhere, replaying the images of the glowing tendrils, the expanding circle of thawed earth, the hum that still occasionally resonated deep in my bones. I kept checking my arm, half expecting the faint green glow to reappear, but it remained stubbornly normal. A week later, the first outsiders arrived. Not a full scientific expedition, but a lean team of 3. Dr. Eris Thorne, a geologist from the provincial university, Dr. Lena Petrova, a botanist with an expertise in unusual growth patterns, and Mr. Silas Croft, a stoic, no-nonsense representative from the Provincial Ministry of Natural Resources, whose primary concern seemed to be logging rights and potential environmental impact. They met at the Oakhaven Ranger Station, where my dad, ever the professional, laid out the observed facts. He showed them photos, pointed out locations on maps. He spoke calmly, carefully omitting any mention of flying rocks, alien devices, or glowing arms. He focused on the verifiable, the quantifiable, temperature anomalies, accelerated plant growth, unusual soil composition. I was there, a silent observer, watching their reactions. Dr. Thorne, a man with a perpetually furrowed brow and an air of academic detachment, listened with a polite skepticism, occasionally interjecting with questions about geological faults or geothermal vents. Dr. Petrova, sharp-eyed and with a mass of unruly red hair, seemed more curious, her pen scratching notes in a small pad. Mr. Croft, however, looked bored, clearly viewing this as a waste of his time. "So, Ranger Miller," Dr. Thorne began, adjusting his glasses, "you're reporting localized patches of elevated soil temperature and unusually vigorous plant growth in a handful of distinct areas within the Blackwood, all during deep winter." "That's correct, Doctor," my dad confirmed. "The largest anomaly is near Hemlock Creek. We have multiple corroborating reports from loggers and our own rangers." He glanced at me, a subtle nod acknowledging my part in the verification. "And you have no prior records of such phenomena in these areas?" Dr. Petrova asked, her accent hinting at a European origin. "None whatsoever, Doctor," my dad replied. "These woods have been extensively surveyed for decades. This is new." "Fascinating," Dr. Petrova murmured, tapping her pen against her chin. Mr. Croft finally spoke, his voice dry. "So, we're here because some trees are a bit too green and a patch of ground is warm. Are we sure this isn't just an elaborate prank by your loggers, Ranger Miller?" My dad's jaw tightened. "Mr. Croft, My loggers are experienced men, and they don't play pranks that involve multiple, consistent reports across a 20-mile radius. We also have thermal readings. This is real. Dr. Thorne cleared his throat. Regardless, we appreciate Ranger Miller bringing this to our attention. These anomalies, while not unheard of in certain unique geological settings, are certainly unusual for this region. We'll conduct our own assessment. Ranger Miller, if you could take us to these sites, starting with Hemlock Creek. I volunteered to accompany them, my dad giving me a knowing look. He wanted me there, not just to guide, but to observe, to be a second set of eyes. He knew I still had more to tell, and perhaps seeing their reaction to the physical evidence would either convince me to come clean or confirm my fears. The first few days with the team were tedious. We visited the sites my dad and I had cataloged: Hemlock Creek, the patch of vibrant moss, the clearing with the partially obscured circular holes. Dr. Thorne methodically took soil samples, temperature readings, and geological measurements. Dr. Petrova meticulously photographed the plants, noting their unusual vigor and analyzing their chlorophyll content. Mr. Croft mostly stood by, arms crossed, looking at his watch. At each site, the scientific explanations were trotted out. Hemlock Creek was attributed to a possible, yet undiscovered, geothermal vent, despite the lack of evidence for one. The vibrant moss was dismissed as a unique, hardy mutation. The circular holes were tentatively identified as frost heaves or animal burrows, a theory that I knew was utterly absurd given their uniform precision. But the scientists were puzzled. The numbers didn't quite add up. The geological structure of the Blackwoods simply didn't support geothermal activity. The botanical vigor was beyond normal photosynthetic efficiency, and the precision of the holes, even partially filled with snow, defied natural explanation. These are peculiar aberrations, Dr. Thorne conceded on our third day, standing over a particularly vibrant patch of glowing lichen on a rock face. The thermal energy present is significant, and the biological response is remarkable, but we simply lack the data to formulate a comprehensive theory. Dr. Petrova knelt, examining a cluster of intensely green pine needles. These specimens are radiating energy subtly but consistently. It is like they are charged. She looked up at me, a flicker of something in her eyes. You mentioned your sat phone was dead during the blizzard, Mr. Miller. Did you experience any other electromagnetic interference? My heart leaped. She was getting close. My camera died, I admitted, my voice carefully neutral, and my GPS was acting up. She nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. The energy signature we are detecting could plausibly interfere with certain electronics. Mr. Croft scoffed. So we're talking about a faulty satellite signal and some unusually green plants. I fail to see how this justifies continued investigation, or indeed, the allocation of provincial resources. This sounds like an overblown natural anomaly, not a threat to the logging industry. Mr. Croft, Dr. Petrova said, her voice sharp, the energy output alone is worth studying, and the rate of biological activity is unprecedented for this climate. There is something profoundly unusual happening here. It was then that I decided the time for caution was over. These people needed to know. Not everything, not yet, but enough to push them towards the true source. There's something else, I said, my voice cutting through their academic bickering. They all turned to look at me. Something that connects all these anomalies. My dad looked at me, a flicker of warning in his eyes, but I ignored it. I had to do this. There's a boulder, I continued, my gaze fixed on Dr. Thorne, deep in the North Ridge. I found it during the blizzard. It's the source. All of this, it started there. Dr. Thorne raised an eyebrow, a patronizing smile playing on his lips. A boulder, Mr. Miller. A singular rock is responsible for a 20-mile radius of thermal and botanical anomalies. Not just any boulder, I insisted, the images flashing in my mind. It's impossibly warm. It has a strange, glowing spiral etched into it, and around it the snow is melted year-round. It's radiating this energy, and that's where my snowmobile vanished. Mr. Croft snorted derisively. Dr. Petrova, however, looked intrigued. A persistent thermal source with a unique geological marker and evidence of energy absorption by surrounding flora, she scribbled furiously in her notepad. That aligns more closely with a single point of origin theory. My son's snowmobile didn't vanish, Doctor, my dad interjected, trying to backtrack. He simply lost it in the whiteout. No, Dad, I pressed, looking him directly in the eye. It vanished. The tracks just stopped. And that's where I camped near the boulder. That night it levitated, and it manifested a glowing mechanical arm. It drilled those holes we saw with a beam of light, and it communicated. It cut off my phone, and it marked me. I pulled up my sleeve, showing them the normal patch of skin. It was glowing emerald green, just like the lichen, just minutes after I touched it. The hum, I can still feel it sometimes. Silence, deep, profound silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the pines. Dr. Thorne stared at me, his mouth slightly agape, then glanced at my dad, a look of pity and concern on his face. Mr. Croft looked like he wanted to throttle me. Dr. Petrova, however, had stopped writing. Her eyes were wide, fixed on me, a strange intensity in their depth. My dad finally broke the silence, his voice strained. Son, that's enough, you're overtired. Dr. Thorne, Dr. Petrova, Mr. Croft. My son had a very traumatic experience during that blizzard. He's suffering from a degree of post-traumatic stress and perhaps some lingering effects of exposure. His vivid descriptions, while understandable given the circumstances, are not scientific fact. Dr. Thorne nodded sympathetically. Of course, Ranger Miller, we understand. Hypothermia and isolation can certainly lead to such elaborate narratives. But what if it's not? Dr. Petrova cut in, her voice surprisingly firm. She looked at me again, then back at the others. The electromagnetic interference, the localized warming, the unprecedented biological activity, these are facts. A central, active source, especially one that could manipulate matter or energy in such ways, would explain everything. Mr. Miller, can you lead us to this boulder? My dad opened his mouth to protest, but Dr. Petrova held up a hand. Ranger Miller, if this is truly the source of these widespread anomalies, and if there is indeed a risk to local ecosystems or indeed human populations, then we must investigate. Regardless of the more fantastical elements of the narrative, a core thermal anomaly of such magnitude requires immediate scientific scrutiny. She turned to Mr. Croft. And Mr. Croft, if this is as Mr. Miller suggests spreading, then it will undoubtedly impact logging operations in the long term. This is a matter of resource management and potential environmental crisis. Mr. Croft, his face still a mask of skepticism, finally grunted. Fine, but I'm taking my own precautions. No unnecessary risks. So it was decided. The next morning, a small expedition would set out for the North Ridge, not just to investigate anomalies, but to find the boulder. My dad, despite his deep reservations about my story, insisted on coming along. He clearly didn't trust me to lead them alone, and perhaps a part of him hoped to find some mundane explanation that would put my mind at ease. The air was heavy with unspoken tension as we geared up. Mark, seeing us load extra equipment onto the heavy-duty snowmobiles, pulled me aside. "You're finally telling them, aren't you?" he whispered, his eyes narrowed. "About what you saw." I met his gaze, no longer needing to lie. "Something like that. We're going to the source." He nodded slowly. "Be careful, man. Something felt wrong out there, even from a distance." He glanced towards the snowmobiles, where the scientists and my dad were making final preparations. "I'll be out there if you need anything. Just be safe." His concern felt like a warm blanket, a reminder that not everyone thought I was entirely off my rocker. The journey to the North Ridge was slow and deliberate. We rode 3 heavy-duty snowmobiles, my dad and I on one, Dr. Thorne and Dr. Petrova on another, and Mr. Croft, surprisingly, riding solo on a third, keeping a noticeable distance. The mood was grim, a mixture of scientific curiosity and palpable apprehension. I led the way, my memory guiding me through the increasingly dense forest. As we neared the area where my first snowmobile had vanished, the air began to warm. My breath, which had plumed visibly just minutes before, became imperceptible. The trees, though still laden with snow, seemed to take on a subtle, unnatural vibrancy. The silence deepened, becoming heavy, oppressive. "Temperatures rising significantly," Dr. Thorne announced, checking a handheld device. "Almost 5 degrees Celsius above ambient, and the humidity remarkable." Dr. Petrova was already scanning the trees, her face alight with professional excitement. "Look at the chlorophyll density and the metabolic rate of these pines. It's off the charts for this time of year." Mr. Croft, however, looked increasingly uneasy. He pulled his collar higher, scanning the surroundings with suspicion. Then we broke through a final screen of pines, and there it was, the clearing. The massive, dark boulder stood silent and imposing in the center, a ring of dark, thawed earth surrounding its base. A faint mist curled upwards from the wet soil, steaming gently in the cold air. The lichen on its surface pulsed with an unnaturally vibrant emerald green, and the spiral shimmered with that faint, internal luminescence, like a captured star. But it was even more dramatic than when I had last seen it. The black, obsidian-like mounds that had solidified around its base were now considerably larger, glistening and slick. And from them, the viscous, glowing tendrils had spread even further, pushing back the snow in a widening circle, consuming the earth. The entire clearing was a dark, steaming, pulsing landscape of alien growth, creeping inexorably outwards. The original grid of holes was now almost entirely obscured by the expanding tendrils, themselves thick and cord-like, like a nest of enormous, bioluminescent roots. Silence descended upon our group, far more profound than any natural quiet. Dr. Thorne's jaw dropped, his scientific detachment momentarily shattered. Dr. Petrova gasped, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and professional ecstasy. Even Mr. Croft, who had remained skeptical for days, stood frozen, his face pale, his usual sneer replaced by genuine fear. My dad just stared, his face unreadable, his hand instinctively going to the sidearm on his hip. "My God," Dr. Thorne breathed, finally finding his voice. "This is utterly impossible." He pulled out an array of sensors, his hands trembling slightly, his eyes never leaving the boulder. "The thermal output, the biological transformation, it's unlike anything I've ever recorded." Dr. Petrova knelt immediately, ignoring the unsettling appearance of the tendrils, her gloved hands reaching for a soil sample near the edge of the thawed earth. The scale of this, the speed of the transformation, it defies all known botanical principles. The hum, I whispered, barely audible. Do you feel it? They all looked at me. My dad finally spoke, his voice low. I feel a vibration in the ground, in my chest. He looked at me, a flicker of something new in his eyes, not just concern, but dawning belief. It's growing, I said, pointing to the outermost tendrils, which were still slowly, almost imperceptibly, pushing back the snow. It wasn't this big last week, it's spreading. A faint, deep thrum began to resonate in the air, vibrating through the ground, into our boots, up our legs. It was the same sound I had heard before, the precursor to the larger events. The glowing tendrils pulsed in time with the growing vibration, their sickly green light intensifying. The spiral on the boulder brightened, casting an eerie emerald glow over the clearing. "Stay back," my dad ordered, his voice sharp, finally taking command. He drew his pistol, holding it ready, aiming it vaguely at the pulsing rock. It was a futile gesture, but a human one. But it was too late. As the thrum reached a crescendo, a roaring vibration that vibrated through the snow, the trees, and my very bones, the boulder began to rise. Slowly, majestically, it levitated upwards, a silent, impossible ascension. The black, obsidian-like mounds peeled away from the ground beneath it, revealing a cavernous, dark opening in the earth. From within this chasm, a blinding emerald light began to pulse upwards, just as it had before. Dr. Thorne dropped his instruments, his face a mask of disbelief. Dr. Petrova stumbled back, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and utter wonder. Mr. Croft actually swore, a guttural sound of pure fear, and started backing away towards his snowmobile. My dad stood frozen, pistol still aimed, but his eyes were fixed on the impossible sight, his understanding of the world visibly shattering. The green light intensified, becoming almost painfully bright, forming a towering column of pure energy that stretched upwards into the winter sky. The ground beneath the column, now exposed, bubbled and churned with the dark, viscous substance, which pulsed with its own sickly green internal light. Then from the glowing fissure in the boulder, a ripple of energy pulsed outwards, a wave of visible green light that expanded rapidly, washing over the surrounding trees. As the wave passed over them, the trees reacted. Their needles shimmered, their branches swayed not with the wind, but with an internal, rhythmic energy absorbing the light. The hum began to subside, slowly, gradually, as the green light stabilized. The boulder remained suspended, motionless, its surface now completely bathed in the emerald light. The viscous substance on the ground solidified, forming new, grotesque, shifting mounds around the base of the glowing column. As the hum died down to a low thrum, a new sound emerged, a faint, high-pitched whirring, like 1,000 tiny gears turning in unison. It emanated from the very core of the light column, a delicate, almost musical sound. And then the light began to contract. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the towering green column started to shrink, drawing back towards the levitating boulder. It condensed, growing more focused, more brilliant, pulling itself inward. As it contracted, the energy that had infused the surrounding trees faded, leaving them stark and silent in the dim light of the receding storm. The boulder itself began to change. The green light that bathed its surface coalesced, forming intricate, luminous patterns that traced the hidden veins within the granite. The spiral, once a mere etching, now glowed with an internal fire, its curves shining with an almost liquid brilliance. And then, from the very center of the spiral, as the column of light fully retracted into the rock, something began to emerge. It was impossibly thin, a filament of shimmering green light, even more intensely bright than the column itself. It grew, extending outwards from the spiral, twisting and turning, solidifying as it did. It was pure condensed light, yet it had form. This filament grew into a more complex structure, unfolding with an impossible geometric precision. Thin, crystalline-like segments, all glowing with that same eerie emerald light, articulated and connected, forming what looked like a mechanism. It unfolded slowly, deliberately, silently, each movement precise, each new piece clicking into place with that faint, internal whirring sound. It was intricate, beautiful, and terrifyingly unnatural. It extended approximately 6 feet from the boulder, forming a complex armature of glowing, interwoven green structures, culminating in a delicate, multifaceted emitter at its tip. It hung suspended in the air, humming softly, its light casting sharp, dancing shadows on the obsidian-like mounds below. Our small group stood transfixed. Dr. Thorne looked utterly bewildered, his scientific mind utterly incapable of processing what he was seeing. Dr. Petrova watched, her face a mixture of terror and breathless fascination. Mr. Croft was actively shaking, his eyes wide with primordial fear. My dad, however, had lowered his pistol. His face was pale, his eyes fixed on the unfolding mechanism, a profound, dawning horror slowly creeping across his features. He looked at me, a silent question in his eyes, a desperate plea for understanding. The intricate device, this glowing, crystalline armature, began to pivot. Slowly, with that same soft whirring, it turned. Its multifaceted emitter at the tip rotated, scanning the immediate surroundings with its eerie green light. It swept over the solidified black mounds, over the newly exposed, steaming earth, over the snowmobiles. Then, with terrifying slowness, it began to turn towards us. My breath hitched in my throat. I couldn't move. My muscles were locked, my blood like ice. The green light from the emitter washed over the snow directly in front of us, then crept closer, illuminating our shocked faces. The hum from the boulder seemed to rise in pitch, a subtle shift that made my teeth ache. A deep sense of being observed, of being analyzed, washed over us. It was the cold, calculating gaze of something utterly inhuman. The light beam didn't just illuminate the snow, it seemed to interact with it. Where the green light touched, the snow began to shift, to churn, not melting, but undergoing a strange, almost molecular rearrangement. Small, shimmering particles, like motes of dust, began to rise from the snow, dancing in the green light, then dissipated into the air. As we stared, utterly mesmerized, the light beam shifted slightly, tracing a line in the snow, like an invisible finger drawing on a pristine white canvas. And along that line, the snow receded, not melted, but vanished. It was as if the very substance of the snow was being dematerialized, leaving behind a perfectly clear, dark line on the ground. Then the beam stopped moving. It hovered over a single patch of snow, perhaps a foot square, directly in front of our group, just beyond the line where the tendrils had stopped. The snow churned, particles rose, and then slowly a depression began to form. It was a precise, perfectly circular indentation, deepening steadily, as if something was boring into the snow with an unseen force. This was beyond comprehension, even for the scientists. It was a level of technology, or magic, or whatever it was, that simply didn't exist in our world. The circular depression deepened, reaching the frozen earth beneath the snow. Then the beam of light shifted again, moving to the side of the first hole and began to bore another, and another. It worked with incredible speed and precision, drilling perfect, equidistant holes in the snow and earth, forming a neat grid, just as it had done weeks ago. But this time, it was doing it directly in front of us for all of us to witness. After a few minutes, the grid of holes was complete. The emitter retracted slightly, its light dimming, then it pivoted, scanning us, sweeping its green light over each of our faces, our gear, our snowmobiles. Again, that subtle shimmer, that almost imperceptible interaction, as if it were mapping, analyzing, recording everything. As the green light washed over me, I felt that familiar internal hum intensify, resonating deep in my chest. A dull ache began behind my eyes, and then I felt it, a faint, almost ticklish sensation on my left arm. I glanced down. The patch of skin on my forearm, where I had touched the filament weeks ago, was beginning to glow again. A faint emerald luminescence, just like the tendrils, was seeping through the fabric of my jacket, emanating from my skin. It pulsed softly, in time with the hum from the boulder. "My arm," I whispered, holding it out. "It's glowing again." My dad looked, his eyes wide, then at the others. Dr. Petrova, despite her fear, leaned closer, her eyes fixed on my arm. "The energy signature," she breathed. "It's reacting to your presence, to the field, or perhaps it's part of you now." Mr. Croft, seeing the glowing arm, let out a terrified yell. "Get back, that thing's infecting him, we need to go." He stumbled backwards, tripping over a root, scrambling clumsily towards his snowmobile. He fumbled with the ignition, desperate to escape. But as he tried to start his snowmobile, the multifaceted emitter on the alien device swiveled sharply, focusing its beam directly on Mr. Croft's machine. The green light intensified, engulfing the snowmobile in an ethereal glow. The engine sputtered once, then died. The lights on the dashboard flickered, then went out. A faint, high-pitched whine emanated from the snowmobile, like a dying circuit board. Then, before our horrified eyes, the sleek metal casing of the machine began to ripple, to shimmer, to melt not with heat, but with that strange, molecular rearrangement I had seen in the snow. Small shimmering particles, like motes of dust, began to rise from the snowmobile, dancing in the green light, then dissipated into the air. The plastic, the metal, the rubber, all of it seemed to be deconstructing, dissolving, vanishing into fine, glowing dust. Mr. Croft screamed, a raw, desperate sound of pure terror, as his snowmobile literally dematerialized before him, leaving nothing but a faint outline in the snow and a quickly fading cloud of green particulate matter. He stumbled back, staring at the empty space where his machine had been, his face utterly devoid of color. Then the delicate, intricate armature slowly began to retract back into the boulder. Segment by segment, with that soft whirring, it folded in upon itself, collapsing into a smaller, tighter configuration until it was almost flush with the boulder's surface. The green light on its structures dimmed, then faded entirely, leaving only the soft glow of the spiral and the faint internal light of the fissure. The boulder itself, which had been levitating slowly, gently, began its descent. It sank back down, almost imperceptibly, until it settled back into the ground, nestling into the dark, obsidian-like mounds that had formed around its base. It was as if it had simply taken a breath, performed a function, and then retreated, becoming once again the impossibly warm, dark stone I had first discovered. The internal hum faded entirely, leaving behind only the distant whisper of the wind through the pines and the sound of our own ragged breathing. The green light emanating from the spiral dimmed significantly, becoming a faint, almost ghost-like luminescence. The clearing returned to its hushed silence, the deep cold quickly settling back in now that the boulder was dormant. But it wasn't the same. Nothing was the same. The dematerialized snowmobile, the glowing arm, the silent horror in my companion's eyes, these things had shattered their world, just as they had shattered mine. Mr. Croft was openly weeping, a man utterly broken by what he had witnessed. Dr. Thorne was slumped on the snow, his head in his hands, muttering to himself. Dr. Petrova, however, stood perfectly still, her eyes fixed on the now benign-looking boulder, a strange, calculating expression on her face. My dad finally put his pistol away, his hand trembling. He looked at me, then at the empty space where Mr. Croft's snowmobile had been, then back at the boulder. His eyes held a profound, terrifying understanding. The skepticism was gone, replaced by stark, undeniable belief. "It took your snowmobile," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "It just took it." He looked at me, his gaze intense. "Everything you told me, it's true." I nodded, my own voice lost. The glowing on my arm began to fade slowly as the direct proximity to the active device lessened. But the hum, that internal vibration, was stronger than ever. Dr. Petrova finally moved, slowly approaching the edge of the thawed earth, her scientific curiosity overriding her fear. She pulled out a small, specialized sensor and began to sweep it over the ground where the snowmobile had been. The device hummed, its readout flickering erratically. "The energy signature, it's like nothing I've ever seen," she murmured, almost to herself. "Not just a dematerialization, it's a conversion." The matter was rearranged, its energy dispersed or perhaps absorbed, repurposed. "Repurposed?" Dr. Thorne asked, finally lifting his head, his voice weak. "What are you talking about, Lena?" "The tendrils," she said, pointing to the thick, viscous roots still pulsing faintly. "The obsidian mounds, the sheer mass of it. This entity it consumes, it converts, it grows." She looked up at us, her eyes bright with a terrifying realization. "And it's not just a localized phenomenon. The other sites, the vibrant plants, the warmth, these are not anomalies. They are extensions, outposts. It is literally terraforming. Slowly, subtly, but inexorably, it is remaking this forest in its own image." Mr. Croft, who had finally managed to regain some semblance of composure, albeit a terrified one, stumbled towards us. "We have to report this to the government, the military. This is an existential threat." "Who would believe us, Mr. Croft?" Dr. Thorne asked, his voice hollow. "Even with all of us as witnesses, what we've seen, it defies all known physics, all known biology. They'll think we've gone mad." "They believed my son's story enough to send you out here," my dad said, his voice firm, "at least in part. They'll have to believe us now. We have a shared experience, and we have the evidence." He looked pointedly at the vanished snowmobile, then at the glowing boulder. "And we have him." He gestured towards me and my still faintly glowing arm. "He's been marked." Dr. Petrova looked at my arm, then back at the boulder. "He is connected," she corrected, a strange note in her voice. "He touched it when it was active. He is a conduit, a sensor, or perhaps a part of the network now." The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. A part of the network. Was I slowly being assimilated, like the snowmobile, like the forest? "We need to get out of here," my dad commanded, his voice resolute. "Now, before it decides to repurpose anything else." We scrambled onto our remaining snowmobiles, leaving Mr. Croft's empty space as a stark reminder. Dr. Thorne, shaken but driven by a renewed scientific imperative, hastily collected his dropped instruments. Dr. Petrova took a final, long look at the boulder, a mixture of fear and profound wonder on her face before mounting her snowmobile. The ride back was silent, a stark contrast to the initial cautious chatter. Each of us was processing the impossible truth, the horrifying reality of what we had witnessed. Mr. Croft clung to the back of Dr. Thorne's snowmobile, occasionally whimpering. My dad rode with a grim determination, his eyes fixed ahead, but I could feel the tension radiating from him. I clung to him, my arms still faintly humming, though the glow had now completely faded. The forest, once a comfort, now felt like a living, breathing, hostile entity. When we finally reached the ranger station, it was dark. My dad immediately secured the area, locking the gates, drawing the blinds. He then turned to Dr. Thorne, Dr. Petrova, and Mr. Croft. "We need to formulate a cohesive report," he said, his voice firm, "one that they cannot dismiss. We have to be meticulous, precise, and we have to stick together on this. If we contradict each other, they'll write us all off as deranged." Dr. Thorne, still visibly shaken, nodded mutely. Dr. Petrova, however, had regained her composure, her eyes sharp and focused. "We have thermal readings, botanical analyses, and the visual testimony of a mechanical construct that defies all known physics, and the complete, instant dematerialization of a modern snowmobile. This is not anecdotal. This is evidence, hard, undeniable evidence." "And the boy," Mr. Croft added, his voice still trembling, his glowing arm, that thing touched him. My dad looked at me. "The mark is gone now, but the sensation isn't, and I saw it with my own eyes." "We need to document everything," Dr. Petrova continued, "every detail, and then we need to decide who to contact first. This is too big for a provincial ministry or a university geology department alone. This requires national, perhaps even international, attention." The conversation stretched late into the night. We pieced together our individual accounts, carefully sifting through the horror and the disbelief to create a coherent narrative. Dr. Thorne, despite his academic rigidity, was surprisingly articulate in describing the physics-defying aspects of the levitation and dematerialization. Dr. Petrova provided detailed observations on the biological transformations and the energy signatures. Mr. Croft, still in shock, confirmed the destruction of his snowmobile with chilling precision. My dad focused on the logistical implications, the threat to Oakhaven, the need for containment. And I provided the timeline, the initial discovery, the persistent hum, the spreading tendrils, the details of the device's previous activation. As the first light of dawn filtered through the blinds, we had a preliminary report. It was stark. A chilling testament to the impossible. The regional office's initial response to our report was exactly as Dr. Thorne had predicted, a mix of disbelief, skepticism, and thinly veiled accusations of mass hysteria. Ranger Miller's long-standing reputation was the only thing that kept the report from being immediately dismissed. They demanded more evidence, suggesting we might have collectively misinterpreted natural phenomena. Perhaps a methane leak creating unusual thermal pockets, combined with a local atmospheric electrical disturbance for the snowmobile. As for the rest, well, the mind can play tricks, the regional chief had said, his voice laced with patronizing condescension over the crackling phone line. My dad, however, was no longer a man to be reasoned with through mundane explanations. He was grim, resolute. "They don't get it," he said, slamming the phone down after a particularly frustrating call. "They think we're all suffering from shared acute stress response." "They didn't see it," Dr. Petrova said, her voice quiet but firm. She was already at a large map spread across the ranger station table, meticulously marking the known anomaly sites and extending lines based on her theory of the tendrils' outward growth. "They can't comprehend it. It is beyond their framework of reality." Mr. Croft, still visibly traumatized, agreed with a shudder. "They'll never believe us until it's too late, until that thing is at their doorstep. He looked utterly defeated. Dr. Thorne, despite his own shattered worldview, found a new resolve. We need concrete, irrefutable data, not just our testimony. We need to go back. My dad, however, shook his head. Not yet. We need a plan, and we need to prepare Oak Haven. I'm not waiting for some bureaucratic committee to greenlight an expedition while that thing spreads. He looked at me. Son, you're the most connected to it. What does it feel like now? I closed my eyes, focusing inward. The hum was still there, a faint, persistent vibration deep in my bones, like a distant, massive engine. It was muted compared to its active phase, but it was there, a constant reminder. It's dormant, I said, opening my eyes, like it's sleeping, but it's still present, and I still feel that pull, that connection. It's like a phantom limb, always there. I pulled up my sleeve. The skin was normal, but I could feel it, an echo of the green glow. Dr. Petrova nodded thoughtfully. The entity operates on an energy cycle. It consumes, it converts, it grows, then it enters a dormant phase to consolidate its gains. The hum is likely a low-level energetic signature, a biological or mechanical baseline. So what's the plan? I asked, looking at my dad. His eyes were hard. First, we contact higher. Forget the regional office. I'm calling the ministry in the capital directly, and I'm going to make sure they understand the urgency. If they don't, I'm calling a journalist. This can't be kept secret. And that's exactly what he did. His call to the ministry was heated, forceful. He bypassed his immediate superiors, speaking directly to a deputy minister known for her no-nonsense approach and environmental advocacy. He recounted our shared experience, highlighting the immediate threat to the Blackwood, framing it as an ecological disaster of unprecedented scale. He stressed the dematerialization of Mr. Croft's snowmobile, providing the make, model, and the empty space where it had been as compelling, if bizarre, evidence. To our surprise, it worked. The deputy minister, initially skeptical, was apparently swayed by my dad's uncharacteristic intensity and Mr. Croft's corroborating and still terrified testimony. She promised to dispatch a specialized team immediately, bypassing the usual channels. Not just more academics, but a rapid response unit with a military escort. They're calling it an unidentified ecological threat requiring immediate containment, my dad relayed to us, a grim satisfaction in his voice. They're sending in a full task force, should be here within 48 hours. They want us to stay put, keep the area secure, and under no circumstances approach the site. Fat chance of that, Mr. Croft muttered, still jumpy, but a flicker of hope now in his eyes. The 48 hours felt like an eternity. We remained locked down in the ranger station, poring over maps, refining our report, and trying to mentally prepare for the arrival of what could only be described as a small army. My dad, ever the protector, began quietly contacting trusted members of the Oak Haven community, Mark, the other rangers, a few longtime loggers, hinting at an unusual environmental incident, and advising them to be vigilant, to stay away from the North Ridge. He didn't reveal the full, horrifying truth, but enough to instill a sense of caution without inciting panic. I spent most of my time watching Dr. Petrova. She seemed to be operating on a different plane, her fear overshadowed by an almost feverish intellectual drive. She was sketching diagrams, running calculations on a small, rugged laptop, attempting to model the entity's growth patterns and energy requirements. She often looked at me, a strange intensity in her gaze, as if I were a key piece of her unfolding puzzle. The hum, it is a constant, she murmured to me once, tracing a line on her map. It is the heartbeat of this network, And you, Mr. Miller, you are an antenna, a receiver. The longer you are exposed, the more sensitive you become. What does that mean for me? I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. She paused, looking at me, her expression unreadable. It means you are unique. You have a direct physiological connection to this phenomenon. This could be immensely valuable or immensely dangerous. She didn't elaborate, leaving me with a profound sense of unease. On the morning of the second day, a low rumble vibrated through the ground, growing steadily louder. We rushed outside, peering through the bare trees towards the main logging road. In the distance, a convoy of heavy-duty vehicles, dark green and imposing, rumbled into view. Military trucks, armored personnel carriers, and specialized scientific vehicles, all topped with an array of antennae and sensors, snaked their way down the access road towards Oak Haven. It was a stark, almost surreal sight, transforming our quiet, remote logging town into a staging ground for something unimaginable. The sight sent a shiver down my spine, a mix of relief that help had arrived, and dread at what their presence signified. The convoy pulled up to the ranger station, and within minutes the place was swarming with personnel. Men and women in various uniforms, military, government agency, and scientific, poured out of the vehicles. They were efficient, serious, and clearly operating under an extreme sense of urgency. Leading the contingent was a stern-faced woman in military fatigues, her rank insignia indicating a colonel, Colonel Ava Sharma. Beside her, a man in a crisp, dark suit, carrying an official-looking briefcase, introduced himself as Director Malcolm Vance from the newly formed Interagency Task Force for Unidentified Environmental Threats, ITUET. They wasted no time on pleasantries. Ranger Miller, Colonel Sharma said, her voice clipped, her eyes scanning our group with an almost unnerving intensity. We've reviewed your preliminary report. It's highly irregular. We need your full cooperation. Director Vance will debrief you and your team. We are establishing a perimeter, and our primary objective is containment. Director Vance, a man with an air of practiced authority, took charge of the debriefing. We reiterated our story, the now familiar narrative of the impossible boulder, the dematerialized snowmobile, the spreading tendrils. This time there was no polite skepticism. Their faces were grim, their pens scratching furiously. They asked pointed questions, focusing on timelines, precise locations, and the nature of the entity's capabilities. When I described my glowing arm and the persistent hum, Director Vance's gaze sharpened. You report a physiological connection to the entity, Mr. Miller. Yes, sir, I confirmed, feeling a fresh wave of apprehension. A faint hum mostly, but the glowing, it's only when it's active or when I'm very close. He nodded slowly, exchanging a look with Dr. Petrova. Dr. Petrova, your notes indicate a similar hypothesis. Indeed, Director, she replied, her voice steady. The subject, having direct physical contact with the active entity, appears to be absorbing or resonating with its unique energy signature. This could be an invaluable biological marker, or perhaps even a form of limited communication. He represents a unique data point. Mr. Croft, ever the pragmatist, interjected, He's infected, that's what he is. A carrier. He shouldn't be anywhere near that thing or any of us. We are taking all necessary precautions, Mr. Croft, Colonel Sharma stated, her voice icy. However, his experience is central to understanding the threat. After the debriefing, we were all subjected to a battery of medical examinations, surprisingly thorough given the urgency of the situation. Blood samples were taken, full-body scans were performed with portable equipment, and a team of specialized doctors meticulously checked our vital signs. They found nothing unusual in any of us, except for a subtle, fluctuating energy signature detected around my left arm, confirmed by their own advanced sensors. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, an emerald trace echoing the boulder's power. Remarkable, the lead medical officer muttered, showing Director Vance a holographic readout of my arm. A persistent, non-ionizing energy field, localized to the precise point of contact. It's consistent with Dr. Petrova's hypothesis. Director Vance looked at me, a calculating expression in his eyes. Mr. Miller, you are to remain with the scientific team. Your unique connection makes you integral to our understanding of this threat. You will accompany them on their initial assessment of the site, but under strict supervision and with all necessary protective gear. My dad argued fiercely against this, but Director Vance was unyielding. Ranger Miller, your son is a witness and now a crucial diagnostic tool. We cannot afford to dismiss such an asset. My dad, defeated, could only extract a promise of my absolute safety. The task force wasted no time. Within hours, a forward operating base, FOB, was established several miles from the North Ridge, beyond the detectable influence of the anomaly. It was a hive of activity, tents erected, communications arrays deployed, and a constant stream of personnel and equipment moving through. The next morning, the initial reconnaissance team was assembled. It was a formidable group, Colonel Sharma and Director Vance, accompanied by Dr. Thorne, Dr. Petrova, and myself. We were outfitted in heavy-duty, insulated suits designed to protect against environmental hazards and radiation, though the energy emanating from the boulder was not radioactive in any conventional sense. They were equipped with an arsenal of advanced sensors, mapping drones, and even specialized weaponry, though what good a rifle would be against a dematerializing rock, I couldn't fathom. As we journeyed towards the North Ridge in armored snow vehicles, the changes in the environment became increasingly pronounced. The air grew warmer, the snow thinner. Patches of vibrant green moss and intensely colored pine needles were now more common, even extending into areas where the snow still lay thick. Dr. Petrova, observing with hawk-like precision, constantly updated her maps, refining the entity's apparent sphere of influence. "It's expanding faster than we estimated," she reported, her voice tight with concern. "The outer tendrils have reached farther than my previous projections. This rate of growth, it's exponential." Colonel Sharma tightened her grip on her rifle. "Understood, we will adapt." When we finally broke through the last screen of trees and the clearing opened up before us, a collective gasp went through the team. It was even worse than I remembered. The boulder stood in the center, a dark, silent sentinel, but the ring of thawed earth around it had widened dramatically, now encompassing perhaps 3 times the area I had seen a week ago. The black, obsidian-like mounds had grown into grotesque, organic-looking structures, glistening wetly under the overcast sky, and the tendrils, they were everywhere. Thick, cord-like, pulsing with a faint green light, they snaked across the thawed earth, burrowing into the soil only to reappear further out, consuming the snow with an unsettling efficiency. The air was thick with mist, steaming gently, and the low, persistent hum was undeniable, resonating through the ground and into our protective suits. "My God," Director Vance breathed, his usually impassive face etched with awe and alarm. "The scale, it's truly unprecedented." Colonel Sharma immediately began issuing orders into her comms unit. "Perimeter secured. Deploy sensor array. thermal imaging and bioscans to begin immediately. No personnel to approach closer than 100 meters without explicit orders. Dr. Thorne, despite his shock, was already deploying a battery of geological sensors, his hands moving with practiced efficiency. Dr. Petrova, however, bypassed the general perimeter. Her eyes were fixed on the tendrils, her scientific curiosity overriding her caution. She moved cautiously, almost instinctively, towards the edge of the thawed earth, her specialized botanical scanner already in hand. "Lena, stay back," Director Vance ordered, his voice sharp. But she ignored him, her focus absolute. "The tendrils are radiating a unique energy signature, Director. It's absorbing atmospheric moisture, converting organic matter. It's a living factory." She knelt at the edge of the thawed patch, carefully extending a gloved hand to touch one of the outermost tendrils. As her hand made contact, the tendril, which had been quiescent, pulsed with a brighter green light. The hum from the boulder intensified slightly, a subtle shift in pitch that only I seemed to fully register. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the ground. "Dr. Petrova, withdraw," Colonel Sharma commanded, her voice urgent. But it was too late. As Dr. Petrova tried to pull her hand back, the tendril coiled around her glove, a sudden, almost intelligent movement. Its green light pulsed rapidly, and for a terrifying second, the outline of her hand beneath the glove seemed to glow with the same emerald light, just like my arm had. She cried out a sharp, startled gasp, pulling back with all her might. The tendril released her, retracting slightly into the earth, its light dimming. She stumbled back, her face pale, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and profound understanding. "Are you all right, Doctor?" Director Vance asked, rushing towards her. She stared at her gloved hand, then at the tendril, then back at me. It recognized me," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Or it recognized the energy signature. It was curious." I understood. It had marked her, just as it had marked me. The entity wasn't just consuming indiscriminately. It was observing, learning, perhaps even assessing. The hum from the boulder began to rise in pitch, steadily, inexorably, vibrating through the protective suits, through the snow vehicles, through our very bones. The spiral on the boulder brightened, its internal light intensifying. The black obsidian mounds glistened, and the tendrils, all of them, began to pulse with a renewed, sickly green light, writhing slightly. "It's activating," I shouted, my voice barely audible over the growing hum. "It's starting again." Colonel Sharma was already barking orders. "Fall back, establish secondary perimeter, prepare for engagement." The military personnel, well drilled, began to retreat, moving their vehicles back, establishing firing positions. But the hum was rising too fast. It became a deafening roar, shaking the very ground beneath us. The towering green column of light erupted from the fissure beneath the boulder, blindingly bright, stretching upwards into the sky. This time, however, it was different. The light column pulsed with a rapid, almost frantic rhythm, and from the very heart of the column, the intricate, glowing armature began to extend, faster than I had seen it before. It unfolded with a terrifying speed, its crystalline segments articulating and snapping into place with that high-pitched whirring, its multifaceted emitter blazing with an intense emerald light. The emitter pivoted, not towards us, but towards the surrounding forest, towards the outermost reaches of the newly thawed earth. A blinding beam of green light shot out, a concentrated laser of pure energy, striking a stand of ancient pines several hundred meters away. The trees didn't just melt or deconstruct, they exploded. With a sound like a thunderclap, the pines shattered into a cloud of shimmering green particles, which then dissipated into the air, leaving nothing but bare earth where they had stood a second before. A collective gasp went through our team. Colonel Sharma's face was grim. "It's clearing the forest," she said, her voice strained. "It's accelerating its terraforming process. It's making space for something." The beam swept across the forest, clearing swathes of trees with terrifying speed and precision. Gigantic pines, ancient spruces, entire thickets of birch, all vanished in a flash of green light and a cloud of shimmering dust. The entity was creating a massive, circular clearing around itself, expanding its dominion with brutal efficiency. Director Vance, witnessing the raw destructive power, looked horrified. "We can't just stand by. Colonel, deploy the heavy weapons. Engage the target." Colonel Sharma hesitated for a split second, then nodded. "All units, open fire. Target the central mass. Suppressive fire." The air immediately filled with the roar of heavy machine guns, the thud of grenade launchers, and the sharp crack of sniper rifles. A torrent of bullets and explosive rounds rained down on the levitating boulder, striking its dark, obsidian-like surface. But it was utterly useless. The rounds simply ricocheted off its surface or vanished into the emerald light column without effect. It was as if we were firing pebbles at a mountain. The entity was impervious. As the futility of the attack became painfully clear, the boulder pulsed with renewed intensity. The green light of its column widened slightly, and the emitter on the armature, instead of destroying more trees, began to move. It pivoted slowly, deliberately, towards our position. A cold dread gripped me. This was it. It was going to dematerialize us, just like Mr. Croft's snowmobile. "Fall back, full retreat," Colonel Sharma bellowed into her comms, her voice laced with desperation. But as the military personnel began to scramble, pulling back their heavy weapons, the emitter's light suddenly flared, not with a destructive beam, but with a diffuse emerald wave that pulsed outwards, washing over the entire area of our retreat. As the wave of green light passed over the ground, the very earth began to change. The snow, the dirt, the rocks, they began to soften, to churn, to coalesce into the same dark, viscous, obsidian-like substance that surrounded the boulder. The ground beneath our feet was transforming, becoming unstable, like quicksand. Men cried out as their boots sank into the rapidly solidifying goo. Vehicles, attempting to turn and flee, found their treads bogged down, their tires spinning uselessly as the ground beneath them became a sticky, pliable mess. The transformation was rapid, terrifyingly efficient. We were trapped. It's expanding its territory directly underneath us, Dr. Petrova yelled, her voice hoarse. It's terraforming the entire battleground. My own protective suit began to feel heavy, as if the energy in the air was pressing down on me. The hum in my chest intensified, a searing vibration that made my teeth ache and my head throb. The glowing patch on my arm, which had been fading, suddenly flared with a brilliant emerald light, pulsing intensely. It felt as if my very veins were alight. "My arm," I gasped, holding it up. "It's burning." Director Vance and Colonel Sharma turned, their eyes wide with alarm. The glow from my arm was undeniable, radiating through my suit. Suddenly, the multifaceted emitter of the alien armature swiveled again, focusing its beam directly on me. Not a destructive beam, but a steady, analyzing light, pulsing in time with my arm. The hum in my chest became almost unbearable, a symphony of alien energy resonating deep within my core. A sharp, searing pain shot through my left arm, radiating up my shoulder. Then a voice, not a sound heard with my ears, but a thought, a feeling, a direct impression projected into my mind. It was alien, cold, vast, and ancient. It wasn't a language, but a pure, unadulterated concept. Assimilation, integration, network expansion. You are a receptor, a conductor. You will facilitate. The message wasn't a command, but a statement of undeniable fact, a declaration of intent. It filled my mind, overwhelming my own thoughts, echoing through the burning pain in my arm. It's communicating, I choked out, fighting against the overwhelming mental intrusion. It's telling me, it's assimilating me, it's using me. What? Colonel Sharma yelled, unable to comprehend. Director Vance, however, stared at me, then at the glowing emitter, then back at my arm, a look of dawning horror and terrifying understanding on his face. Mr. Miller, fight it, break the connection. But how? It wasn't a physical connection. It was mental, energetic. The pain in my arm intensified, spreading like wildfire, and the hum inside me felt like it would tear me apart. My vision blurred, green energy swirling at the edges of my sight. As the entity's mental presence intensified within my mind, I saw images. Not clear pictures, but abstract concepts, flashes of impossible geometries, of vast, swirling nebulae of green energy, of entire worlds being reshaped, terraformed, integrated into an impossibly vast, ancient network. I saw the Blackwood not as it was, but as it would be, a landscape of obsidian-like structures, pulsating with green light, interconnected by viscous tendrils, all feeding into the central, growing entity. I saw Oakhaven not as a town, but as a source of biomass raw material for its inexorable expansion. The vision was horrifying, overwhelming, but within the terror, a strange clarity emerged. This wasn't just a rock, it was a seed, a fragment of something immense, alien, and utterly indifferent to life as we knew it. And it was remaking this world, just as it had remade countless others across the cosmos. Suddenly, Dr. Petrova, who had been observing my reaction with a strange, terrified fascination, cried out, "Director, the tendrils, they're growing faster. They're heading towards the fob." She pointed towards the south, where the newly solidified, obsidian-like ground was stretching, undulating, pushing outwards at an alarming rate. Colonel Sharma immediately diverted her attention, scrambling to her comms unit. All units be advised. Entity expansion towards FOB. Prepare for defensive perimeter at all costs. The emitter on the boulder, however, remained fixed on me, its green light pulsing, the mental intrusion relentlessly pushing into my consciousness. The pain in my arm was excruciating, and I felt my own will beginning to fray, to merge with the alien presence. Network integration. Commence conversion. The message was clear. I was being absorbed. I was becoming part of it. My panic surged, raw and primal. Just as I felt my consciousness beginning to slip, a sudden, blinding flash of light erupted from the forest to the north. A massive, concussive boom shook the ground, even over the entity's hum, and a cloud of smoke and debris billowed upwards. It was an explosion, far too large for any of our standard ordnance. The emitter on the boulder's armature wavered, its green light flickering. The mental intrusion in my mind faltered, breaking its relentless hold. The pain in my arm receded slightly, a moment of precious reprieve. The entity had reacted. It had been hit. What was that? Director Vance yelled, shielding his eyes from the secondary flashes of light now, erupting from the northern forest. Colonel Sharma, her face a mask of furious concentration, brought her binoculars to her eyes. It's not our ordnance. Multiple energy signatures. Unknown origin. She pointed. Look, more incoming. From the north, streaking through the sky with incredible speed, came several more flashes of light, followed by corresponding impacts. Each strike created a blinding flash of green energy as it hit the surrounding forest, not the boulder directly, but the areas where its tendrils were expanding most aggressively. The explosions were localized, contained, but devastating to the entity's outward growth. The rapidly solidifying obsidian-like ground buckled and shattered under the assault, sending plumes of black dust and green particulate matter into the air. The entity roared not a sound, but a vast mental scream of pain and fury that echoed through my still-connected mind. The hum intensified, chaotic and discordant, and the green light column above the boulder flared erratically. The emitter, which had been fixed on me, snapped away, swiveling towards the north, towards the source of the attack. It pulsed, no longer with an analyzing light, but with a furious, destructive energy, clearly preparing to retaliate. "Who is doing this?" Dr. Thorne stammered, his eyes wide, fixed on the northern sky. "What is that weaponry?" Before anyone could answer, a new series of bright, shimmering objects appeared from the northern forest, moving with astonishing speed and agility. They weren't planes or helicopters, but sleek, angular craft, metallic and almost invisible against the winter sky, their surfaces reflecting the light in strange, distorted ways. They flew low, weaving through the trees, each one carrying a distinctive, glowing green weapon module. They were attacking the entity, and they weren't human. The alien craft moved with breathtaking precision, firing concentrated bursts of green energy that struck the entity's tendrils and the expanding obsidian ground with pinpoint accuracy. Each hit caused a localized explosion of green light and black matter, destroying sections of the spreading network. The entity responded with a furious barrage. The emitter on its armature, now fully focused on the attacking craft, fired a series of powerful, destructive green beams. One beam struck an alien craft directly. The craft buckled, shimmered, and then exploded in a silent, blinding flash of white light, disintegrating into nothingness. But the other craft, undeterred, continued their assault. They were clearly targeting the entity's growth, its outer manifestations, trying to contain it, to cut off its supply lines. "Another alien force," Director Vance whispered, utterly bewildered. "We're caught in the middle of an extraterrestrial conflict." Colonel Sharma, however, was already reacting. "All units hold fire. Do not engage the new contacts. Observe and report." She pointed towards the ground, where the newly solidified obsidian-like material was beginning to crack, to recede slightly under the concentrated assault from the new arrivals. "They're weakening it. They're pushing it back." The alien entity, reeling from the unexpected attack, began to retract its tendrils, pulling them back towards the central boulder. The raw mental scream of pain lessened, replaced by a low, guttural growl of frustration in my mind. The hum, while still intense, became more focused, less chaotic. The alien craft continued their bombardment, systematically destroying the outermost tendrils, shrinking the entity's territorial gains. It was a brutal, relentless attack, clearly designed to cripple its expansion. As the alien craft completed their pass, they circled high above the forest, then regrouped, forming a tight formation. Their weapons, still glowing, remained trained on the entity. They seemed to be assessing the damage, waiting for the entity's next move. The boulder, now under siege, began to pulse erratically. Its green light column flickered, and the emitter, instead of attacking, began to rapidly retract. The intricate armature folded in upon itself, retreating into the fissure with dizzying speed. The obsidian mounds around its base rippled and converged, forming a protective shell. The entity was pulling back. It was retreating. As the armature fully retracted and the green light column began to dissipate, the overwhelming hum in my mind subsided, leaving me gasping for breath, the pain in my arm receding to a dull ache. My glowing arm returned to its normal state, the emerald light fading entirely. The mental connection was severed, at least for now. The alien craft remained vigilant, hovering silently in the sky, their green weapons still powered up. They were clearly here to contain the entity, not to destroy it entirely. "They've forced it into dormancy," Dr. Petrova breathed, her eyes wide with wonder and terror. "They're managing it, containing it." "Managing it," Director Vance stammered. "What does that mean, Lena? Who are they? Are they here to help us, or are we just collateral?" Colonel Sharma shook her head, her face grim. "We don't know, but for now they seem to be fighting our enemy. Let's not provoke them. All units maintain position. Do not engage. We await further instructions." The situation had just escalated beyond anything we could have imagined. We weren't just dealing with an unknown alien threat. We were now witnesses, and potentially pawns, in an interspecies war playing out in the remote Blackwood. My dad rushed over to me, pulling me into a rough embrace. "Son, are you all right? What did it say?" I looked at him, then at the silent, imposing boulder, and then up at the hovering alien craft, their sleek, silent forms cutting sharp silhouettes against the winter sky. "It called me a receptor, Dad," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "A conductor. It said I would facilitate its network expansion. And it showed me the Blackwood remade, Oakhaven consumed." I shuddered, the memory of the alien vision still vivid in my mind. And now they've arrived. The ones who are fighting it. Director Vance stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the alien craft. "Colonel, we need to establish contact, or at least gather intelligence. We need to know who these new players are and what their intentions are for this planet." Colonel Sharma nodded, her gaze equally fixed on the sky. "Understood, Director, but we proceed with extreme caution. We have no idea if they are allies or just another, more advanced threat." The standoff began. The alien craft hovered silently, watching the dormant boulder. We stood on the transformed Earth, a tiny group of humans caught between two unknown, incomprehensible forces. The silence after the chaos was deafening. The only sound was the wind, whistling through the shattered trees in the distance, and the rapid thumping of my own heart. The battle had ceased, but the war, I knew, had just begun. And I, the man with the lingering hum in his bones, was somehow at its heart. Suddenly, one of the alien craft, the largest of the group, detached from the formation. It moved slowly, gracefully, descending towards our position. Its green weapon modules dimmed, and a single, focused beam of light, not destructive, but observational, shone downwards, sweeping over our group. The light passed over each of us, lingering for a moment on Director Vance, then Colonel Sharma, and finally settling on me. As it did, I felt a faint echo of the hum, not from the boulder, but from the craft above, a subtle resonance in my mind. Then from the underside of the craft, a ramp extended downwards, slowly, silently. A shimmering field, like a distortion in the air, formed at the base of the ramp, and from within that field a figure emerged. It was tall, slender, and bipedal, but clearly not human. Its body was encased in a sleek, form-fitting suit of a dark, iridescent material that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously. Its head was elongated, with large, dark eyes that seemed to take in everything. It had no visible mouth or nose. In its hand, it held a device that pulsed with a soft, blue light. It paused at the base of the ramp, scanning us, its head tilting slightly. Its gaze, when it met mine, was intelligent, ancient, and utterly alien. Colonel Sharma, despite her military training, instinctively took a step back. Director Vance, however, held his ground, his face a mask of determined curiosity. The alien raised its hand, the blue device pulsing gently. And then a voice, synthesized and disembodied, emanated from the device, projected into the air, clear and understandable, yet undeniably artificial. Greetings, we are the Sentinels. We have observed. We have intervened. Your world is compromised. The growth entity is a persistent threat. Your connection to it is noted, human. You are the anomaly. My blood ran cold. The anomaly. Not a hero, not a victim, but a deviation, a problem. The alien's gaze remained fixed on me, its large, dark eyes seeming to bore directly into my very soul. The blue device in its hand pulsed, and the synthesized voice continued, devoid of inflection, yet laden with chilling meaning. The growth entity designation, xylose. It is a proto-organism, a parasitic species, programmed for planetary conversion. It has been dormant on your world for 127.3 Earth cycles. Your actions, human, in disturbing its dormancy, have accelerated its activation sequence. A collective gasp went through our human group. My dad's face went pale. We had awoken it. I had awoken it. We are the cause of its accelerated awakening. This has resulted in a critical deviation from our established containment protocols. The Sentinel's words hit me like a physical blow. A cold wave of dread washed over me, stronger than any fear I felt before. My actions, my curiosity, my innocent touch. It wasn't just a random event, it was a consequence directly linked to me. The guilt was suffocating. I looked at my dad, whose face was a mask of disbelief and horror. "You're your actions," Colonel Sharma echoed, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes darting between me and the alien. "You mean it was us. We caused this." The Sentinel turned its head slightly towards Colonel Sharma, its large, dark eyes impassive. Specifically, the designated anomaly. Its unique biological signature, combined with the entity's long-term dormancy protocols, created an energetic resonance that disrupted its inert state, a highly improbable yet confirmed sequence of events. Director Vance stepped forward, a flicker of anger in his eyes, though he kept his voice controlled. "So you're saying this xylose has been here all along, on Earth, and you knew about it. Why didn't you warn us? Why didn't you remove it?" The Sentinel tilted its head again, a gesture that seemed to convey a form of alien incomprehension. Xylose is part of a planetary containment network. It was designated for long-term dormancy. Its presence here is a necessary component of our species' intergalactic directive to prevent uncontrolled expansion of invasive proto-organisms. Direct intervention, outside of containment breaches, is not permitted under the Prime Directive. Your species was not deemed capable of disrupting its dormancy protocols. A miscalculation, apparently. My dad, recovering from his initial shock, stepped protectively in front of me. "Containment protocols, Prime Directive, what are you talking about? This is our planet, and you let that thing sit here dormant, a ticking time bomb without saying anything. The risk assessment was low, the Sentinel's synthesized voice explained. Xylos has specific energy requirements for full activation. Your world's technological and energetic development was insufficient to trigger a full awakening within the projected dormancy period. The anomaly's unique resonance factor was unforeseen. Dr. Petrova, ever the scientist, pushed past my dad, her fear now overshadowed by an intense intellectual hunger. So this Xylos, it's a living weapon, a terraforming agent for some other species, or is it a species unto itself? Xylos is a proto-organism, the Sentinel stated, a self-replicating, planet-consuming intelligence. It transforms planetary ecosystems into extensions of its own network. It has no other species directing it. It is a contagion. Our mandate is to contain it across the galaxy. This particular specimen was tracked to your system centuries ago and contained on this world. The implications were staggering. We weren't just facing a local phenomenon. We were entangled in a galactic ecological war, and Earth had been chosen as a containment facility for a planet-eating superorganism. In centuries, Dr. Thorne muttered, his face pale. It's been here for centuries. Approximately 127.3 Earth cycles, as previously stated, the Sentinel confirmed. It was deemed a suitable containment site due to its remote location and the relatively low technological progression of its dominant species, which minimized risks of accidental activation, until now. The weight of its words was immense. We were not masters of our own destiny. We were unwitting participants in a cosmic game, our planet merely a holding cell. And I, a simple ranger's son, had thrown a wrench into the delicate balance. Director Vance, his jaw clenched, pointed a finger at the still hovering Sentinel craft. And what about your ships? What was that attack? You're clearly capable of engaging this Xylos. Why only intervene now? Our actions were a response to a critical containment breach, the Sentinel replied. The accelerated activation of Xylos, combined with its rapid territorial expansion, necessitated immediate intervention to prevent a full awakening. Our current objective is to re-establish dormancy and reinforce the containment field around the entity. The damage to your planetary ecosystem is regrettable, but within acceptable parameters for containment. Casualties to your species are to be minimized, but not prioritized above containment. Not prioritized above containment, my dad repeated, his voice rising in anger. What does that mean for us, for Oakhaven, for my son? The Sentinel's large, dark eyes settled on me again, unblinking. The anomaly presents a unique challenge. Its resonant frequency with Xylos has been enhanced by recent direct exposure. This connection makes it both a vulnerability and a potential asset. Continued exposure to Xylos at its current activated state is highly detrimental to the anomaly's biological integrity. Network assimilation, as previously projected by Xylos, is a probable outcome without further intervention. My stomach churned. Network assimilation. The images of swirling green energy of Oakhaven consumed flashed through my mind. So what's your solution? Colonel Sharma demanded, her hand instinctively going to the sidearm at her hip, though she knew it was useless. You've come all this way. You've been monitoring us for centuries. What do you propose we do? The anomaly must be quarantined, the Sentinel stated, its voice flat. Its biological signature is now imprinted with Xylos's energetic frequency. It is a potential conduit and amplifier. It must be removed from the immediate vicinity of the active entity. Furthermore, to re-establish long-term dormancy, Xylos requires a significant energy drain, a forced energetic reset. This will be initiated once the perimeter is fully stabilized. An energy drain, Dr. Petrova asked, her mind racing with the scientific implications. How? What kind of energy? The protoorganism feeds on both inorganic and organic matter, converting it into its own unique energy signature, the Sentinel explained. However, its primary energetic fuel source is derived from specific geothermal radiation found deep within planetary cores. This planet's core has trace amounts, but the primary containment location on this ridge was chosen for its unique magnetic field, which, until recently, suppressed Xylos' ability to tap into deeper reserves. So it needed an initial trigger, Dr. Thorne deduced, finally piecing it together. Something to kickstart its consumption process on the surface, to generate enough secondary energy to re-establish its connection to the core. Correct, the Sentinel confirmed. The anomaly provided that trigger. The resonance created by the direct physical contact was sufficient to bypass the magnetic field suppression and initiate a localized, self-sustaining energy loop. I felt a fresh wave of sick guilt. I was the fuse. I had lit the fire. And the containment field reinforcement, Director Vance pressed. What does that entail? Our vessels are designed for this purpose, the Sentinel replied, gesturing vaguely towards its hovering craft. They will establish a multi-layered energetic barrier around Xylos, isolating it from the planetary ecosystem and reimposing a dormancy state. This process will take approximately 7.2 Earth days. During this period, Xylos may react violently. All indigenous life forms are advised to evacuate beyond a 200-kilometer radius. A 200-kilometer radius. That meant not just Oakhaven, but several other towns and vast tracts of the Blackwood Forest. The scale of the demanded evacuation was monumental, unprecedented. Evacuate, my dad exclaimed. That's impossible. Hundreds of thousands of people live within that radius. Where would they go? That is a logistical concern for your species to manage, the Sentinel stated, devoid of empathy. Our directive is containment. The risk of Xylos reaching full activation and attempting planet-wide conversion is unacceptable. The anomaly, specifically, must be relocated to a secure, inert environment for observation. Our medical specialists will evaluate its long-term compatibility with Xylos' energy signature. It may require removal from your planetary system for the safety of your species. Remove him from the planet. My dad's voice was cold, lethal. You mean take my son, over my dead body. Colonel Sharma stepped between my dad and the Sentinel. Hold on, Ranger Miller. We need to understand the full implications here. Director, what are our options? Director Vance's face was grim. He looked up at the hovering alien craft, then at the dormant but still menacing boulder. We're outmatched, Colonel, completely. We have no weapons that can even scratch that thing. And these sentinels, they have been here watching, waiting. They obviously have a protocol, a purpose. We need to work with them for now to secure our planet. He turned to the sentinel. We will cooperate with the evacuation. But we need a detailed plan, a timeline, and assurances regarding the safety of our population. And as for the boy, he is a human citizen. We will not allow him to be taken off-world without our consent and without understanding the full implications for his well-being. The Sentinel's head tilted again. The anomaly's well-being is secondary to planetary containment. Its assimilation into Xylos would accelerate Xylos' growth and negate all containment efforts. However, we acknowledge your species' emotional attachments. We can establish a temporary shielded quarantine facility for the anomaly on your world within the safe zone for the duration of the recontainment process. Our specialists will monitor its resonance. After 7.2 Earth days, if the containment is successful, we can discuss its long-term disposition. This was a compromise, but a terrifying one. I would be locked away, studied, potentially deemed too dangerous to live a normal life. And the fate of my home, my family, indeed, my entire world, rested on the success of these alien sentinels. "All right," Director Vance said, his voice heavy with the weight of the decision. "Colonel, begin coordinating with the FOB for immediate evacuation protocols. Prioritize the Oakhaven area and establish routes for the 200-kilometer zone. Inform the capital. This will require full national emergency mobilization." He turned back to the Sentinel. "We agree to the temporary quarantine of Mr. Miller, but we will have our own medical and scientific personnel present at all times. Dr. Petrova, Dr. Thorne, you will accompany him, and Ranger Miller, you will coordinate the evacuation." My dad looked at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear, protectiveness, and resignation. He hated it, but he understood the dire situation. "I'll do what I can," he said, his voice strained. "But I'm not leaving my son alone in a cage, even if it's an alien one." The Sentinel offered no further argument. "Our specialists will transport the anomaly to the designated quarantine site. Your personnel may accompany." The next few hours were a blur of frantic activity. Colonel Sharma immediately began issuing orders, her voice sharp and commanding, mobilizing every available resource at the FOB. Military helicopters were scrambled, ground convoys were organized, and the first urgent messages were sent to the capital, triggering a national emergency response. Dr. Petrova and Dr. Thorne, despite their shock, were already trying to engage the Sentinel with a barrage of scientific questions, attempting to glean more information about Xylos, its energy signature, and the Sentinel's technology. The Sentinel, however, was precise and economical with its answers, focusing only on information directly relevant to the containment. A smaller Sentinel craft, sleeker than the others, descended from the sky. A ramp extended, and two more Sentinels, identical to the first, emerged. They moved with an unnerving grace, carrying a shimmering, translucent cylindrical container. It was clearly a portable quarantine unit. My heart pounded in my chest. This was it. I was going into an alien cage. My dad embraced me tightly, his hug rough and desperate. "Be strong, son. We'll get you out of this. We'll find a way." Dr. Petrova and Dr. Thorne approached me, their faces solemn. "We will be with you, Mr. Miller," Dr. Petrova promised, a strange mix of concern and scientific excitement in her eyes. "This is an unprecedented opportunity to study the interaction between Xylos and a biological host." "Yes, well, try not to get assimilated if possible," Dr. Thorne added, a weak attempt at humor that fell flat. As the Sentinels guided me towards the quarantine unit, I felt a new sense of fear, not just of Xylos or even of the Sentinels, but of what I was becoming, the anomaly, a test subject, a conduit. The interior of the cylindrical unit was surprisingly sparse. The walls seemed to shimmer with a faint, internal blue light. There were no visible controls, no seams. As I stepped inside, the Sentinels closed the ramp, and a barely perceptible hum enveloped me. It was different from Xylos' hum, a higher, purer frequency. I could still feel the faint, distant vibration of xylos, but it was now muted, somehow filtered. Through the translucent walls, I saw my dad and the others. Their faces were etched with worry. The lead sentinel turned to them, its device emitting the synthesized voice. The anomaly is secured. Its biological signature will be continuously monitored. Your personnel may follow in your designated transport. Then the cylindrical unit gently lifted off the ground, ascending into the belly of the larger sentinel craft. The door hissed shut, and I was plunged into a deeper, unsettling silence, broken only by the faint hum of the alien technology and the distant, almost ghostly, vibration of xylos. I watched through a viewport as the sentinel craft detached from its companions and sped away from the North Ridge, heading south. Below, I saw the rapidly expanding military presence, the frantic activity of helicopters and ground vehicles, all preparing for the impossible evacuation. And then I saw the other sentinel craft begin to deploy shimmering, almost invisible energy fields around the dormant Xylos boulder, gradually constructing an elaborate, multi-layered prison. The quarantine facility was established deep within a newly cleared section of the Blackwood, far beyond the 200-kilometer evacuation zone. It was a sterile, temporary structure erected by the Sentinels, protected by an advanced, localized energy shield. Inside, it was a minimalist environment, a small living area, a monitoring station, and my cylindrical containment unit, which was placed in a central chamber. My dad, Dr. Petrova, and Dr. Thorne were allowed into the facility, but only under strict Sentinel supervision. 2 Sentinels, designated Observation Unit Alpha and Beta, maintained a constant, silent vigil, their dark, unblinking eyes scanning everything. My dad immediately pushed for a larger, more comfortable space for me, but the Sentinels were firm. The cylindrical unit provided the necessary energy regulation and isolation for my unique biological signature. The unit creates a localized dampening field, Observation Unit Alpha's synthesized voice explained. It mitigates the resonance between the anomaly and xylos, reducing the risk of further energetic feedback or involuntary assimilation. Inside my transparent prison, I felt strangely detached. The pervasive hum of xylos was now a mere whisper, a phantom vibration in the back of my mind, but it was still there, a constant reminder of my connection. Dr. Petrova and Dr. Thorne immediately set up their own equipment, cross-referencing their readings with the data provided by the Sentinels. "Remarkable," Dr. Petrova murmured, examining a holographic display showing my energy signature. "The dampening field is incredibly sophisticated. It's not just blocking, it's modulating your internal frequencies." "Is it helping?" my dad asked, his face etched with concern as he peered through the translucent wall at me. "It appears to be stabilizing his condition," Dr. Thorne replied, adjusting his glasses. "The fluctuations in his biosignature have significantly decreased. The risk of assimilation is much lower for now." The days that followed were a surreal blend of scientific observation and tense waiting. News of the unprecedented evacuation spread like wildfire, causing panic and chaos across the region. My dad, working tirelessly from the temporary command center established outside our quarantine facility, coordinated with Colonel Sharma, grappling with the logistical nightmare of moving hundreds of thousands of people. He was grim, exhausted, but fiercely determined. Inside the quarantine, I became a living experiment. Dr. Petrova and Dr. Thorne, working in shifts, continuously monitored my vitals, my energy signatures, and my psychological state. They asked endless questions about the hum, The visions, the pain, the exact sensations I felt. The sentinels, for their part, watched silently, occasionally providing data readouts in their precise, dispassionate manner. My own mental state was a roller coaster. The guilt over awakening Xylos was a heavy weight, but it was slowly overshadowed by a growing fascination with the entity itself and with the sentinels. The visions Xylos had shown me of worlds remade still haunted my dreams, but they were now mixed with abstract concepts provided by the sentinels, sparse explanations, a vast galactic network of contained contagions, a silent, ancient war fought across the cosmos. One afternoon, as Dr. Petrova was taking a new set of readings, the Sentinel designated Alpha approached my unit. Its blue device pulsed, and its synthesized voice filled the chamber. Anomaly, we have observed a further development in your unique resonance. Your connection to Xylos, though dampened, is manifesting in a new way. My heart hammered, what do you mean? You are now able to perceive Xylos's energy patterns on a more abstract level, it explained, not just as a physical hum or pain, but as an informational signature, a rudimentary form of interpretation. Dr. Petrova's head snapped up. Information? What kind of information? Xylos is generating a complex energetic signature as it attempts to bypass our containment field, the Sentinel replied. The anomaly appears to be converting these raw energetic fluctuations into rudimentary, conceptual data within its neural pathways. Suddenly, I understood what it was talking about. Over the past few days, a subtle change had indeed occurred. When I focused, when I allowed my mind to drift, I could sense Xylos not as a direct intrusion, but as a vast, churning ocean of green energy. And within that ocean, faint patterns, almost like ripples, were beginning to emerge. They were not words or even images, but abstract mathematical-like structures, a language of pure energy. It's like feeling patterns in a distant thunderstorm, I explained, trying to put words to the ineffable. Not seeing the lightning, but sensing the pressure changes the vibrations, and they're complex, like algorithms. Dr. Thorne, though skeptical, was intrigued. Algorithms, can you decipher them? Not yet, I admitted. It's like looking at a book written in a language I don't know. I can see the structure, the sentences, but I can't read the meaning. The Sentinel Alpha nodded, a subtle movement. This development is significant. It confirms the anomaly's enhanced conductive properties. It may allow us to gain insight into Xylos's current strategic protocols, its attempts to circumvent containment. This new ability was terrifying, but also held a strange allure. I was a bridge, a translator between two alien intelligences. The thought was both exhilarating and horrifying. Over the next few days, as the Sentinels relentlessly worked to establish their energy barriers around Xylos, the patterns in my mind grew clearer. I spent hours meditating, focusing on the distant hum, trying to decipher the alien language of energy. Dr. Petrova provided me with concepts from advanced physics and theoretical mathematics, hoping to give me a framework for understanding what I was sensing. It's trying to find a weakness, I reported one morning, my voice hoarse from concentration. The energy patterns they're searching, like water looking for a crack in a dam. It's analyzing the containment field, testing its limits. Can you pinpoint where it's focusing its efforts? Director Vance asked, who occasionally visited the facility, his face strained from the ongoing evacuation efforts. I closed my eyes, concentrating. Its multiple points, dispersed, but there's a consistent, low-level probing at a specific frequency, like a persistent whisper. I pointed roughly northeast on a holographic map, around here. The sentinels, without a word, immediately cross-referenced my input with their own sensor data. Observation Unit Beta projected a complex map of Xylos's energetic emissions. Sure enough, there was a faint, but discernible, spike in activity precisely where I had indicated. The anomaly's perception is accurate, Sentinel Alpha stated, its voice devoid of surprise, as if this was an expected outcome. Xylos is attempting to exploit a specific harmonic frequency in our containment matrix. We will adjust the field. The Sentinels immediately dispatched a small drone craft towards the indicated location. Within hours, their energy readings showed a decrease in Xylos's probing attempts at that frequency. I had provided critical intelligence. This continued for several days. I became the Sentinel's early warning system, their human antenna. I would sense Xylos's subtle shifts, its attempts to probe the containment, and the Sentinels would respond, adjusting their shields, strengthening their fields. The process was exhausting, draining, but it gave me a purpose, a sense of contributing, mitigating the crushing guilt. My dad watched these interactions with a mixture of pride and apprehension. He saw my unique ability, but also the toll it was taking on me. "He's burning himself out," he told Dr. Petrova one evening as I lay in my unit, recovering from a particularly intense session. "He's human, not some alien supercomputer." "His neural pathways are adapting," Dr. Petrova countered, though her own face showed concern. "It's a form of accelerated evolution, a forced symbiosis. We must ensure it doesn't push him past his limits." The evacuation was nearly complete. Oak Haven was a ghost town, its residents dispersed to temporary shelters across the province. The Blackwood, now largely empty of human life, felt even more vast and desolate. The final countdown to the full containment was approaching. On the 6th day of my quarantine, a new alarming pattern emerged in Xylos's energetic language. It wasn't a probe or an exploit. It was a desperate, chaotic surge, like a scream of pure fury and desperation. "It's changing its strategy," I gasped, my head throbbing. "It's building something, a concentrated burst. It's going to strike hard." The Sentinels immediately registered the shift in my readings. Anomaly, specify vector, and energetic signature of projected assault. I closed my eyes, fighting through the searing pain in my head, trying to translate the chaotic energy into comprehensible data. It's aiming for a direct breach, a focused strike, at the weakest point it has found. And it's not just energy, it's also matter, condensed, a projectile. I pointed with a trembling hand to a specific spot on the holographic map, almost directly above the dormant boulder, where the containment field layers converged. Right here. "It's going to pierce the field." The Sentinels immediately initiated emergency protocols. The hovering craft at the North Ridge converged, reinforcing the field at the projected impact point. But the energy signature Xylos was generating was immense, unprecedented. "It's using its entire energy reserve," Sentinel Alpha stated, its voice showing the closest thing to urgency I had heard from it. "It is gambling everything on this one breach attempt." Hours later, the inevitable strike came. From the dormant Xylos boulder, which had been pulsating with increasing intensity, a blinding emerald green projectile erupted. It was not a beam of light, but a solid, condensed spear of alien matter and energy, ripping upwards through the green light column. It struck the containment field with a deafening, reality-bending crack. The entire quarantine facility shuddered. The air around us distorted, and the lights flickered violently. On the Sentinel's monitors, the containment field at the impact point flared crimson, buckling under the assault. Field integrity compromised, Sentinel Beta announced, its voice devoid of panic but filled with dire warning. Localized breach imminent. A massive explosion ripped through the sky over the North Ridge. A blinding flash of green and blue light, followed by a concussive shockwave that nearly knocked us off our feet, even hundreds of kilometers away. The containment field had been breached. A raw, triumphant roar, not of sound but of pure alien thought, resonated through my mind from Xylos. The hum in my chest surged, hot and painful, and the glowing mark on my arm flared with a brilliant emerald light, burning intensely. Freedom expansion, network ascendant. The mental intrusion was back, stronger than ever, overwhelming my senses, showing me visions of vast, swirling green nebulae, of worlds being consumed and remade. My will fractured under the assault. It's breached the field, I choked out, fighting for air, the pain in my arm excruciating. It's expanding, it's coming for us. Colonel Sharma, who had been monitoring the situation from the command center, rushed into the quarantine chamber, her face pale. Director Vance has issued a full alert. The Sentinels are scrambling their primary vessels, but we need to move the anomaly, now. The anomaly is compromised, Sentinel Alpha stated, its focus entirely on me. Its resonance with Xylos has intensified to critical levels. The dampening field is no longer sufficient. Assimilation is now a certainty if the anomaly remains within Xylos's expanded influence. My body began to shake uncontrollably. The emerald light from my arm pulsed violently, radiating through my suit. I felt my consciousness beginning to fray, to unravel, merging with the vast, ancient, hungry mind of Xylos. "It's pulling him in," Dr. Petrova cried, her eyes wide with horror as she watched my readings spike. His neural activity is flatlining, but his energetic signature is off the charts. Conversion, integration complete. US. The alien thought was a wave, a tsunami, crashing over me, dissolving my individuality, my very sense of self. My vision was consumed by green light. Suddenly, a new sensation, a searing, cold pain like ice shards ripping through my mind. It was a counterforce, an attack not on my body, but on Xylos's presence within my mind. Then a new voice, not synthesized, not a raw concept, but a direct, intelligent thought, sharp and clear, cutting through the chaos. It was alien, but somehow familiar, resonant. It was the Sentinels, but different, a higher form of communication. Resist, maintain cognitive function. We will provide analytic interface. The counterforce battled Xylos's relentless assimilation, pulling my mind back from the brink. The burning pain in my arm intensified, but now it felt like a tug of war, Xylos pulling me one way, the Sentinels pulling me the other. A flash of blue light enveloped the cylindrical unit. I felt a strange, almost electrical current course through my body, not painful, but stimulating, invigorating. My mind, which had been on the verge of collapsing, sharpened. The abstract patterns of Xylos, which had been chaotic and overwhelming, suddenly began to resolve, to coalesce into clearer, more coherent forms. It was like a sudden, intuitive understanding, a Rosetta Stone for the alien language. "What are you doing?" my dad yelled, seeing the blue light surrounding me. "We are establishing a direct neural interface with the anomaly," Sentinel Alpha explained. its synthesized voice now overlaying the mental communication I was receiving. We are augmenting its cognitive abilities, allowing it to process Xylos's energetic signature at an accelerated rate. It is our only chance to understand Xylos's new trajectory before it becomes uncontrollable. Process data, translate XYLOSS intent, critical imperative. The mental command from the sentinels was undeniable. I felt my mind expand, absorbing the flood of alien data. The patterns of Xylos, its furious intent, its newly activated subsystems, it all flowed into me, no longer just abstract algorithms, but almost readable intent. I saw it. Xylos wasn't just expanding randomly. It had a target. It's not staying here, I gasped, the words tumbling out of me. It's not just terraforming the Blackwood. It's going for something specific, a power source. Specify the target, anomaly, Sentinel Alpha commanded, its mental voice sharp. I closed my eyes, focusing all my augmented mental capacity. The vast, swirling green ocean of Xylos's mind resolved further. I saw its core directive, its programmed hunger. It's heading for the core of the planet, I yelled, my eyes snapping open. The geothermal radiation, it's using the breach as a gateway. It wants to drill to the core. A wave of shock went through the human contingent. Dr. Petrova's hand flew to her mouth. My dad's face went white. The core, Director Vance whispered, horrified. If it reaches the core, what then? Planetary destabilization, Sentinel Alpha stated, its synthesized voice grim, followed by complete planetary conversion, a seed world for the Xylos network, total loss of indigenous life forms. The Sentinel craft outside the facility moved with unprecedented speed. Their blue energy shields flared as they soared towards the North Ridge, trying to contain Xylos's newly unleashed power. The sky above the ridge was now a maelstrom of green energy and black particulate matter, the containment field visibly fractured. But Xylos was already moving, its tendrils not just expanding across the surface, but burrowing deep, sensing the path of least resistance towards the planet's heart. I could feel its relentless drive, its hunger, its cold, indifferent purpose. Expansion, consume, core energy acquisition, ascendance. The sentinels, through the neural interface, flooded my mind with tactical data, with projections, with the urgency of their understanding. They were feeding me everything, relying on my enhanced ability to process Xylos's intent. Identify key vulnerabilities, localize critical NODES. We must neutralize core infiltration. I could see it now. The vast network Xylos was creating beneath the surface, a complex web of tendrils tunneling downwards, seeking the geothermal veins, the raw energy that would fuel its ultimate ascent. I saw specific points where its nascent tunnels were weakest, where its energy conduit was most exposed. There, I screamed, pointing at the holographic map, which now depicted a terrifying, glowing green labyrinth beneath the Earth's crust. There and there, these are the primary conduits. If you hit them, you can slow it down, disrupt its connection to the core. The Sentinels immediately took action. Their smaller, faster crafts, hitherto used for containment field adjustments, now transformed. Their green weapon modules flared, not with the diffuse energy of their previous attacks, but with a focused, surgical intensity. They plunged into the maelstrom above the North Ridge, targeting the specific points I had identified. Explosions rocked the forest, not from Xylos's destructive blasts, but from the Sentinel's precise strikes. Each hit on a core conduit sent a jolt through my enhanced connection, a scream of alien pain echoing in my mind. The emerald light on my arm pulsed in response, burning, but I forced myself to endure it. "They're doing it," Dr. Petrova yelled, watching the monitors. "They're slowing its advance. The core readings are fluctuating." But Xylos was relentless. Even as its conduits were severed, new ones immediately formed, twisting and burrowing deeper, adapting with terrifying speed. The Sentinels were buying time, but they weren't stopping it. Insufficient damage. Core breach imminent in T-1.8 Earth HOURS. New strategy required. The Sentinel's mental communication was urgent, laced with an alien form of desperation. Anomaly. Access XYLOSS primary system architectural data. We need its root programming. Access Xylos's root programming. It was an impossible demand. I was merely an antenna, a receiver. But the Sentinels were augmenting my mind, pushing my limits beyond anything I thought possible. I closed my eyes again, forcing my consciousness deeper into the turbulent ocean of Xylos's energy signature. The raw, alien language of its intent became clearer, the complex algorithms unraveling before my enhanced perception. I was not just seeing the patterns. I was beginning to understand the underlying logic, the very blueprint of its existence. And then I found it, not a weakness, not a vulnerability, but a core component. A central node, deep within its primary structure, that governed its entire expansion protocol. It was like finding the operating system of a vast, alien supercomputer. "I see it," I gasped, my voice strained. "There's a central nexus. It's deep inside the boulder, but it's connected to everything. If you can disrupt that, it would be like shutting down its brain." "Location anomaly, precise coordinates," Sentinel Alpha boomed. I gasped, the Sentinel's mental imperative echoing like a thunderclap in my expanded mind. The holographic map, a swirling green vortex of Xylos's subsurface network, intensified. The tendrils burrowing towards the core pulsed with raw power, but deep within the central boulder, a more subtle, complex nexus shimmered, a crystalline lattice of pure energetic data, the heart of its processing. It was incredibly difficult to isolate amidst the chaos, like finding a single, intricately patterned snowflake in a blizzard. It's deep, almost at the very center of the boulder," I cried out, my voice raw, pointing with a trembling finger. The blue light from the neural interface pulsed around me, enhancing my focus, but the strain was immense. It's shielded, layered. It's the command center, the brain stem of the whole thing. If you hit it directly, the whole network could collapse. Sentinel Alpha's mental voice, sharp and clear, cut through the pain. "Coordinates. Precision is paramount. XYLOSS adaptive protocols are accelerating. The window is closing." I focused, pushing past the burning pain in my arm, past the overwhelming green surge of Xylos's mind, which now felt less like an ocean and more like a furious storm trying to engulf my very being. The Sentinel's interface was a lifeline, a mental framework holding my consciousness together, preventing it from being scattered. I felt like a deep-sea diver, connected by a tenuous umbilical cord, plunging into an abyss of alien thought. One moment it's shifting, dynamic, the shielding, it's almost organic, like a living firewall. I yelled, sweat beading on my forehead. My vision blurred, not from fatigue, but from the sheer volume of data I was processing. There, target that point. It's milliseconds exposed when it reroutes internal energy. A microfracture in the shielding. You have to hit it then. I stabbed a finger at the holographic projection, which shimmered and solidified, showing a microscopic point of vulnerability, a fleeting energetic void in Xylos's defensive matrix. It was almost directly above the fissure, deep within the obsidian shell that now encased the ancient boulder. Affirmative, target acquired. Initiating Phase 3, systemic neutralization. Sentinel Alpha's mental voice was resolute, almost grim. All units focus fire. Breach outer defenses. Create a path for the primary strike vector. Anomaly, maintain target lock. We will require continuous updates on XYLOSS reactive deployments. The quarantine facility, normally a sterile, silent chamber, was now a hub of frantic activity. My dad gripped the translucent wall of my containment unit, his knuckles white. "Son, are you sure? Can they do it?" "They have to, Dad," I rasped, my eyes still closed, locked into the mental battlefield. "If they don't, it's over." Dr. Petrova and Dr. Thorne, pale but determined, watched the holographic display, their scientific instruments now secondary to my raw, intuitive input. They were recording everything, a torrent of unprecedented data. Outside, the Blackwood was plunged into further chaos. The Sentinels, massive primary vessels, which had been maintaining the fragile containment field, now changed their configuration. Their sleek forms, previously static observers, shifted and pulsed with intense blue energy. The smaller, faster strike craft, guided by my previous inputs, regrouped, their green weapon modules glowing with a ferocious intensity. "They're committing everything," Director Vance said, his voice tight, watching the unfolding spectacle on the command center's main screen, projected into our quarantine facility. "This is their full assault. The entire future of this planet rests on this moment." Colonel Sharma, beside him, was a statue of grim resolve. "All ground units maintain defensive positions. Prepare for heavy collateral energy discharge, and pray." The first wave of Sentinel attack craft streaked towards the North Ridge, a dazzling formation of metallic predators. They launched a concentrated barrage of green energy, not aiming for the core conduits anymore, but for the obsidian shell that protected Xylos. The energy bursts were sharper, more focused, designed to carve through matter, not just disrupt energy. A deafening series of explosions ripped through the air. The obsidian shell, which had seemed impregnable, buckled under the assault, sending shards of black matter and plumes of green particulate matter high into the sky. Xylos roared back, a mental scream of fury and defiance that reverberated through my skull, nearly shattering my concentration. "Resist, maintain target lock. XYLOS is deploying internal defenses." Sentinel Alpha's mental voice was a steady anchor in the storm. I could see them, the internal defenses. Viscous, obsidian-like tendrils, superheated and hardened, erupted from within the fractured shell, lashing out like whips, attempting to swat the attacking craft from the sky. Green energy beams, more destructive than before, lashed out erratically from the exposed fissures, striking at the Sentinels. One of the smaller Sentinel craft, caught in a sudden, furious lashing tendril, shattered into a million shimmering fragments. Another, hit by a direct energy beam, spiraled out of control, exploding silently against a distant ridge. "They're taking hits," my dad cried, horrified. "Xylos is fighting back with everything it has," Dr. Petrova murmured, her eyes glued to the screen. "It knows this is critical." My arm burned, the emerald light now a furious, almost liquid fire flowing beneath my skin. The neural interface, while augmenting me, was also pushing me to my absolute limits. My blood felt like superheated plasma. It's strengthening the Nexus shield. I yelled, seeing the point of vulnerability I had identified begin to subtly shift, the microfracture trying to seal itself. It's adapting. You have to hit it faster. Affirmative. Accelerate primary strike vector. Secondary UNITS. Maintain pressure. Do not allow XYLOS to regenerate shielding. The remaining Sentinel craft, a testament to their advanced design and tactical discipline, pressed their attack with renewed ferocity. They wove through the lashing tendrils and destructive energy beams, their concentrated fire slowly, relentlessly, eroding Xylos's outer defenses. The central boulder was now a raw, bleeding wound, pulsating with angry green light and black smoke. Then, from the largest of the Sentinel's primary vessels, a new craft emerged. It was significantly larger than the strike craft, sleek and formidable, encased in a shimmering blue energy field. This was the primary strike vector, the one carrying the payload to neutralize the Nexus. It plunged towards the exposed boulder, its blue shield deflecting the furious counterattacks from Xylos. The smaller strike craft formed a protective escort, drawing fire, sacrificing themselves to clear a path. More Sentinel craft were lost, disintegrating into silent flashes of light, but the primary strike vector pressed on, unwavering. "It's almost there," I screamed, my throat raw. My entire being was now consumed by the mental connection, guiding the Sentinels, sensing Xylos's frantic, desperate moves. The Nexus point was shifting, elusive, almost alive. Now it's open, just for a fraction of a second. Impact imminent. Sentinel Alpha's mental voice was calm, utterly focused. The primary strike vector, a blur of blue light, pierced the remaining outer defenses. It plunged into the heart of the exposed boulder, directly towards the pulsating Nexus. A blinding, earth-shattering explosion erupted from within the Xylos boulder. Not green, not blue, but a pure, incandescent white light, so intense it burned even through the monitors. A concussive wave, more powerful than anything before, slammed into the quarantine facility, rattling the entire structure, knocking equipment off shelves. The energy shield protecting us flickered violently, struggling to hold. For a moment, there was absolute silence. The green light column above the north ridge vanished. The hum in my chest, the burning in my arm, the vast, hungry presence of Xylos in my mind, it all ceased. The neural interface from the Sentinels, the blue light, dissipated, leaving me feeling strangely hollow, disoriented. The silence was deafening, terrifying. Then a faint, high-pitched whine began to emanate from the north ridge. The black particulate matter, which had been swirling in the air, slowly began to drift downwards. The lashing tendrils, frozen in midair, slowly retracted, softening, losing their obsidian sheen. The fissures in the central boulder began to slowly close, not violently, but gently, like wounds healing. The Sentinels' remaining craft, having completed their mission, regrouped high above the ridge, their blue light still pulsating, their weapons now dimmed. They hovered, silent and vigilant, observing the wounded, inert entity. It stopped, Dr. Petrova whispered, her voice filled with awe. "Xylos, it's dormant again." My dad rushed to my containment unit, his face a mixture of relief and raw concern. "Son, are you all right? What happened?" I felt weak, drained, but clear-headed for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The burning on my arm was gone, the emerald light faded completely. The pervasive, insidious hum was gone. Only a faint, ghostly echo remained, like a memory of a sound.
They hit the nexus, I rasped, my voice hoarse. They shut it down, it's dormant for now. Sentinel Alpha, accompanied by Sentinel Beta, entered the quarantine chamber. Its blue device pulsed, and its synthesized voice filled the room, now devoid of urgency, returning to its earlier measured tone. Phase 3, systemic neutralization, confirmed. Xylos's primary energetic nexus has been severed. Proto-organism is re-entering dormancy protocols. Containment field integrity restoration is now at 87%. Projected full restoration in 4.3 Earth days. A collective sigh of relief swept through the human contingent. Director Vance sagged against a console, his face pale but victorious. Colonel Sharma lowered her comms unit, a hint of exhaustion in her eyes. "It's over," my dad whispered, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at me. "You did it, son. You helped them stop it." I was immensely relieved, but also profoundly, terrifyingly aware of the cost. The visions, the pain, the alien intrusion, it had changed me fundamentally, and the Sentinels were still here. "Anomaly," Sentinel Alpha stated, its large, dark eyes fixed on me, once again impassive, analytical. "Your contribution to systemic neutralization was critical. Your enhanced cognitive processing, facilitated by our neural interface, allowed for real-time tactical adjustments that proved decisive. Your unique resonance factor, while the cause of the initial breach, ultimately became the vector for containment." It was a strange form of praise, cold and clinical, but praise nonetheless. I was the fuse, but I was also the extinguisher. "So what now?" Director Vance asked, stepping forward, his relief tempered by a returning sense of strategic caution. "Xylos is dormant. What about the planet? What about the damage? And what about Mr. Miller?" "Containment protocols will be fully re-established," Sentinel Alpha replied. "Our vessels will reinforce the multi-layered energy barriers. Xylos will be contained within its original dormancy site with enhanced suppression fields. Planetary ecosystem damage will be assessed and, where feasible, mitigated by indigenous biological processes. Our mandate is containment, not ecological restoration beyond that which naturally occurs." My dad bristled. "Mitigated by natural processes. What about all the damage, the transformed land, the poisoned earth?" "The affected area is localized," Sentinel Beta added, its voice equally dispassionate. "Over millennia, your planet's ecosystem will reclaim the territory. The obsidian material is inert once Xylos is dormant. It will simply be another geological feature." "And me?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, dread creeping back in. "The anomaly, what happens to me?" The Sentinels turned their unblinking gaze on me. "Your neural pathways have been profoundly altered by direct energetic exposure to Xylos and subsequent neural augmentation by our interface. Your resonance factor is permanently enhanced. You are irrevocably changed human." My stomach dropped. I had known it, deep down, but hearing it confirmed by these emotionless arbiters of galactic law was chilling. "What does that mean, irrevocably changed?" Director Vance demanded, stepping closer to my unit. "Can he live a normal life? Will he be stable?" "His cognitive function has been expanded," Sentinel Alpha explained. "He now possesses a unique capacity to perceive, interpret, and potentially interact with certain forms of energetic phenomena on an abstract level. This capacity is amplified when in proximity to Xylos or similar proto-organisms. It is an inherent part of his biological signature now." "So he's a walking alien detector." Dr. Thorne interjected, a mix of concern and scientific awe on his face. More than that, Dr. Petrova corrected, looking at me with a newfound intensity. He's a conduit, a bridge. He's essentially a living sensor, capable of processing information that is utterly beyond our current scientific comprehension. This enhanced state poses significant risks, Sentinel Alpha continued, ignoring their interpretations. His mental state, without the dampening field, could be overwhelmed by extraneous energetic signals. Furthermore, his enhanced resonance still makes him a potential point of reactivation for Xylos, should the containment ever weaken. He is a key human. A key, my dad repeated, his anger flaring. What are you going to do with him? The initial assessment stands, Sentinel Beta stated. Permanent removal from this planetary system was considered the safest long-term solution to prevent future containment breaches. However, in light of his critical role in re-establishing dormancy, and in acknowledgement of your species' emotional parameters, an alternative solution may be viable. My heart pounded. This was it, my fate. What alternative? Director Vance pressed, his voice taut. A monitored integration, Sentinel Alpha replied. We propose establishing a permanent, shielded research and observation facility on this planet, specifically designed to contain and manage the anomaly's unique bioenergetic signature. He would remain within a controlled environment, under constant Sentinel supervision, with continuous dampening and modulation of his resonance factor. This would allow for his continued observation and potentially for future collaborative efforts in Xylo's containment across other galactic systems, should the need arise. My dad stared at the Sentinel, then at me, his face etched with pain. You mean he'd be a prisoner, forever, a living lab experiment for you? His well-being would be prioritized within the parameters of planetary safety, Sentinel Alpha countered, utterly devoid of emotion. It is the most benevolent outcome, given the circumstances. His alternative is to risk assimilation or accidental reactivation, leading to the destruction of his home world. The weight of their words was crushing. I had saved the planet, but at the cost of my freedom, my life as I knew it. The Blackwood, my home, would now be my prison. Absolutely not, my dad declared, stepping defiantly in front of my unit. He is a human being. He has rights. You can't just imprison him. This is a galactic imperative, Ranger Miller, Sentinel Beta stated. Your species' legal frameworks are not applicable to pangalactic containment protocols. And what if we refuse? Director Vance asked, his voice low, a steely edge to it. What if we demand his full freedom? The Sentinel Alpha tilted its head, a gesture that now seemed less curious and more threatening. Then the initial assessment will be re-implemented. The anomaly will be removed from this planetary system, by force if necessary, and relocated to a secure, extraplanetary containment facility. Your species would be deemed an unsuitable guardian for an individual with such a critical risk profile. The threat was clear. Cooperate, or they would take me anyway. We were utterly outmatched. My dad turned to me, his eyes pleading. Son, what do we do? I looked at him, then at Director Vance, then at Dr. Petrova and Dr. Thorne, their faces a mix of anguish and scientific yearning. I looked at the Sentinels, cold and unyielding, and then I looked out through the translucent walls of my unit, towards the silent, still forest, knowing that out there, somewhere, Oakhaven was a ghost town, its people displaced, all because of me. The hum was gone, but the ghost of Xylos still lingered in my mind, and the augmented pathways the Sentinels had created were still there, buzzing with an unfamiliar potential. I could sense things, know things that I couldn't before. A normal life was impossible now. I was no longer just Ben Miller, park ranger's son. I was the anomaly. Dad, I said, my voice quiet but firm. They're right. I can't go back to a normal life. Not after this. Not with this inside me. I gestured vaguely at my chest, where the phantom hum still resonated. And I can't risk putting everyone through this again. Not Oakhaven. Not the planet. My dad's shoulders slumped, his face crumbling with grief. Ben. It's okay, Dad, I said, trying to be strong. It's not what any of us wanted, but it's the only way. I looked at the Sentinels. I agree, to the permanent facility, under your supervision. Sentinel Alpha offered no sign of approval or empathy. Decision noted. Construction of the permanent facility will commence immediately. Your designated scientific and medical personnel will be allowed access under strict protocol. Ranger Miller, your access will be limited, but not prohibited, subject to compliance with all security directives. My dad stared at me, then at the Sentinels, his jaw clenched, his eyes burning with a desperate, unspoken promise. He wouldn't give up on me. Over the next few weeks, the Sentinels moved with breathtaking efficiency. The temporary quarantine facility was dismantled, and a larger, more sophisticated complex began to rise in its place. It was a sleek, almost invisible structure, blending into the Blackwood landscape, protected by advanced energy fields and guarded by Sentinel security drones. My cylindrical unit was integrated into a larger, more comfortable living space within the new facility. It was still a containment unit, but it was bigger, with more sophisticated environmental controls, and even a viewport that offered a glimpse of the surrounding forest, filtered, of course, to prevent any overwhelming energetic stimuli. Dr. Petrova and Dr. Thorne were given expanded access, their scientific curiosity now fully unleashed. They had a living, breathing enigma to study, a human bridge to alien knowledge. They were thrilled, but also deeply respectful of my predicament. My dad visited often, though his visits were heartbreaking. He'd bring me books, tell me stories of Oakhaven, now slowly, painfully, rebuilding after the evacuation. He spoke of the heroism of Colonel Sharma and Director Vance, who were now dealing with the unprecedented political and social fallout of the Xylos incident. The official story for the public was a combination of an advanced seismic event and a massive environmental disaster, requiring unprecedented military intervention. The truth of alien conflict remained a tightly